Hello, friends and folk of the world and the internet and beyond. Welcome to Roll for Damage and the finale for for Arden Quest, or Sundered, an Arden Quest story. Tonight's episode is called Progress, and we will be getting into that shortly. But I want to go around and have everyone introduce themselves again and who they're playing and where we can find y'all, lovely folks. So, oh god, I almost just coughed everywhere. Let's start with oh my god, my brain always just stops as soon as we go live. Let's start with Shelby. I was looking at you, Shelby, on the overlay, and
I know I'm in Benny's spot. I was about to comment on it.
My brain just shut down, and I was like,
"Oh no!
Wait, who is this?"
Okay. You know, the Rose drunk all the time. Okay, she just got confused. She got in the wrong window. It's fine. It'll get fixed when our tech master's back. When Dad comes back with my flask. But hi, my name is Shelby, or Shibby-Dibby-Doo, and I'm from the confusingly named channel Whistle While You Work. Kyle, I don't want to hear your shit. It's been a long month. I haven't changed that name yet, so don't. And I'm a regular player over here on Roll for Damage. I play on the scales above with Sean and Shannon, with Nova as our dungeon master. It's really fun. You should go check it out. I'm also about to be playing in a World of Darkness game over here. I think on the 3rd. Yeah, the 3rd of March. So week after next, I'm starting where I play Lyra Anderson. But today I'm playing Ro. And I'm an alcoholic who's had my flask taken away. And the only thing keeping me out of withdrawal is science. And I'm out of science.
So that's true. Very true. It's funny because you can think of it this way. It's like, oh wow, we found an environment where Ro is like happy and
a functional
healthy.
Human.
Let's take her immediately out of it and bring her back to the place of her original trauma. Ro probably would have been had a great life if she just stayed in that lab.
I came here to trauma drink and do science, and I'm all out of science.
Just water for the chat, guys. Calm down.
Following the order of things, now that Ro is in her appropriate spot.
Yeah, sorry.
Nova, tell us a little bit about who you are and a bit about the channel. Unless that face indicates you can't, in which case, Shannon, who are you?
Are you okay? Hi, I'm Shannon. I am from Paradise Productions, along with this guy. I think I'm pointing in the right direction. Yep, I am. Good. And I'm our community manager. I'm a cast member. I play my rogue Scarlet, who I love so very much. On Monday nights on our flagship show, Advantage Paradise. I am one half of the Sean and Shannon Power Hour that happens on Sunday nights, where we recap the previous episode and speculate on other episodes, and then our future episodes, I guess. And then I mod for Sean on Thursdays when he does Relaxing in Paradise. And I'm on all social media at sroby25. I haven't been there a lot because life. But hoping to kick that back up soon. Tonight I will be playing Saoirse, the daughter of the late Arc Owen Lachlan, and things are happening in her mind, and she's trying to figure things out. And we're gonna see what happens tonight.
Love it. Thank you so much, Shannon. And Mike Farty.
Hello, I'm Mike Farty. I'm the DM over at Wonders and Blunders. We're a 5e horror comedy-ish podcast. We got 100 episodes or something, and you can find us wherever you find your podcasts. Also, you can't find me anywhere. I'm not on social media or anything like that. But I should be promoting this, and I have not done it up to this point, so I'm going to do it today. I'm a stand-up comedian, and I recorded with Just for Laughs to do on satellite radio and that kind of thing. So you can actually find me on Spotify or whatever if you search Mike Farty, part of the Stand Up Atlantic album, and you can hear some of my very stupid jokes. I do a few minutes about the movie Anaconda. No, and everyone is either too old or too young to enjoy that joke. But they put it on the album.
No, I need to hear this now.
Yes.
Since you've never mentioned this before, I'm gonna get you, if you could, just to send me a couple things about it, and I will promote the shit out of it for you.
Thank you.
Because...
I make like a 100th of a cent every time somebody listens to it. So
we'll get you.
I'm gonna listen to it 100 times.
A
and
quarter
get you
of
that
a cent. Yeah. But yeah, just send me something so I can be like, hey, Mike did a thing. Look it.
I will send you that. And tonight I am playing Benny, who is the party's invoker. And he's just a big ball of sexy rock, I guess. He's got a big hammer.
Absolutely, as that one girl after you.
And he got his dad back last time. His dad, he's a rock baby, but his adoptive father, who he thought was dead, is not dead yet. And we'll see how long that continues.
Absolutely. I love the way that you just say, he's not my real dad, I'm a rock baby, as if that's a universally understood concept.
I mean, everybody in Tosca knows, okay? Everybody knows the rock baby.
He's a rock baby.
Now the emissary knows about it as well, so...
That's true. And Nova, who are you?
Hi, I'm Nova.
Excellent. Nova is runs the Roll for Damage channel, and is the DM over at Scales Above. There's a bunch of kind of been sprinkled through here, a bunch of programming coming out soon, more programming beyond just tonight's show, and the Scales Above's return, the World of Darkness show, as well as a Viking show, I believe, will be coming out.
Sorry if I'm not entirely too talkative. I was attacked by some vicious confectionery. So
no, it's okay. I figured I'd help you out there best
Thanks,
I could.
Buddy.
And I am Sean, as I always am, of Paradise, and I am the creative director over at Paradise Productions, the DM for our 5e show, Advantage in Paradise, from Monday nights, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And as Shannon said, I do other streaming as well, primarily gaming and crafting, and other shit like that. And I've been recently, particularly here on Roll for Damage, just exploring the quest system and expanding it and doing all sorts of fun stuff with it, and building out this world called Arden. So without further ado, though, I think we should jump into tonight's session. So I will give us a brief recap of last session. We'll have a little vignette, and then we will jump into exactly where all of you left off, with Leroy and the other herd folk outside of the settlement of Tosca. So, just to give a brief recap, in Session 3, our misfortunate exiles recovered from Viren's assassins' attempt at their lives, and began plotting how best to return to Tosca to deal with Saoirse's long lost uncle and Jules' old friend and the, at that time, supposed killer of Benny's father figure. This entire time, Ro was unconscious from intense damage to her leg from the assassins. At this time, Jules recommended that the party go to Numenosium, the capital of this region, to warn them that Viren was plotting and using their technology illegally. The group generally trusted Jules in this and decided that it was a good idea. Benny and Saoirse would go with Jules, while Ro would stay behind to work with Orion on science, particularly the science of making bullets.
All the things my dad didn't want me to do.
Yup, he's real proud. Mingled with the weapons manufacturing, Ro does have a lovely moment to see some rays of sunshine through the breaking clouds, as well as an entire array of solar panels that the Onesians have gathered together that had temporarily worked to turn on an ancient drone that was called Flicker. That was, if anyone's watched previous Arden Quest shows, Flicker is a character. But the others went to Numenosium to treat with whoever is there. They traveled by boat through a field of very towering and menacing wind turbines, being tended to by insectoid-like drones. Eventually, though, they arrived at Numenosium itself, where Saoirse took some initiative to lead the conversation with their representative, which was some other kind of mechanical drone that either was a robot talking itself or someone was talking through, uncertain to Jules and Saoirse. But Saoirse's never had to deal with proper politics before, and very quickly lost her temper at the bureaucracy that was being displayed with this emissary, and the fact that they were demonstrating knowledge that Viren did a bad thing, but they were like, well, we'll deal with it when we want to, and that was not good enough for Saoirse. So she basically said "fuck you" to the bug emissary, which Jules was like, "That's not good. That's not good," and was able to salvage the best he could that encounter by promising Numenosium a return of their technology, in which the emissary was very pleased with and said that the two of you may have saved Tosca yet. And they left. The creature also took a particular interest in Benny and his uniqueness. But on the way back, Jules and Saoirse got into a big fight that ended with a dramatic "you're not my father" moment. But also turns to Saoirse and Benny talking about, well, one, the Wizard of Oz, but two, the kind of getting a fury going, a fervor for reclaiming their home, as Saoirse promised that she would stop Viren at any cost and lead their people, protect their people from these people who would supposed to rule them. You all proceeded to reunite and take a car back to the northeast, or the west, sorry, not the east, and stopped short of Tosca, where you met up with some of the herding folk that live in the lowlands of Tosca's territory. And it was here that you met up with someone Orion knew named Darwin. And you met his adoptive daughter, Esta, who turned out to be one of Benny's bullies when he was a child, or at least someone who hung out with the bullies. And she recognized him and quickly reunited him with Leroy, his adoptive father, which was a heart-warming moment as Benny picked the old aging man up for the first time as an adult. And that's where we left off there. Is it going again? So before I jump into where you all are, I wanted to give a brief moment to check in with Viren temporarily for a moment, where he is. So where we'll start in this vignette is the prisons of Tosca. Deep in the mountains, where old abandoned mine shafts have long forgotten the footsteps and machinery of the trade and only know those who disobey the Ark. Viren steps through these tunnels, being followed by his pair of nanite beast stalkers. And Helena, his bodyguard. They come to a cell, pitch black through the bars that make up the door. They open it up, and one of the nanite beasts steps inside and begins to illuminate this array of light, a kind of static, almost haunting pale blue, in the face of a very beleaguered and somewhat emaciated Dr. Kellen is in there. The Onesian engineer that left the project that they were working on. Viren steps inside, his boots echoing in this mine chamber, this mining prison. I hope the accommodations are to your liking, Doctor. You'll be pleased to know your work is almost finished. And soon, you will see that. He sort of kneels down to be eye level with her. As you recall, she's sort of a half human, half gnomish figure. She looks back and with a kind of tired face, struggling to stand up, chains around her ankles. Why don't you just kill me? Well, what good is it killing those who doubt you? You don't get to enjoy when they learn they were wrong. No, you will see how wrong you were. You will see what happens to Onus. And you won't be able to do anything about it. And even if you could or wanted to, it would destroy everything. No. Your people will feel the fire once again in their hearts. The daughters and sons of Onus will remember their forebears' fire and rage against Numenosium. And if you stop it, what then? No, you will destroy a precious illusion. It would all have been for nothing. And you see she's kind of, it's too much for her to really concentrate on her emaciated state as she kind of falls back to her knees. You won't beat them. No one can. Those ships are for running. They're for fleeing to a new home. Well, the past always catches up with you, Dr. Kellen. The better to face it and finish the job. You see he leaves now, and the lights all dim away, that pitch blackness. Dr. Kellen is left alone in the mines and locked back up. Somewhere off, miles away to the east, a small village, you all gather with with Leroy. And I'd say at this point, it's moments, it's later past this introduction with Leroy, and you're all in not Leroy's little house, but Darwin's house, which is a very elaborate tent system that creates this very comfortable, cozy, spacious, sort of almost roundhouse, but all made up of flapping tents, as the wind is gushing outside as the sun is starting to set through behind the smog clouds above. Although it's a particularly warm day despite the wind, as there are actual beams of sunlight breaking through the clouds, gracing your entrance to this village. The most noticeable thing about Darwin's hut, tent, is that it is attached to his wagon, which is filled with all manner of strange goods found in the swamps and grasslands and wilds of the lower fields of this area. But even stranger is in the tent and lounging around on the cart are several, probably at least a dozen macaque monkeys that are all kind of just lounging, gathering around. You all know, as folks who grew up in Tosca, that these monkeys used to live in Tosca. There are hot springs in Tosca that they used to lounge around in all the time. Especially those who lived close to the mountainside could easily have gone to these springs and seen the colony of macaque monkeys. They were quite friendly. You could enjoy the hot springs with them. They actually helped operate some of the they helped with the people who worked the springs to try to make them accessible for the folks of Tosca. But these macaques are just sort of lounging about. You see in the corner, well, there's not a corner, it's a round tent, but you see in one of the sides off there's a bunch of them kind of lounging on a bunch of pillows. You just see one just like gives a big yawn and then curls up with one of the other ones. You have to like be careful where you're stepping in the tent, because you don't want to step on any of the monkeys. But easily enough, though, you can find some warmth and comfort in here, as Leroy also joins you in there with Orion, Darwin, and Esta. Is there anything you'd like to do at this point, particularly?
I think Benny is just locked in with Leroy, just catching up as much as possible, trying to sort of keep the conversation away from Tosca.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as soon as you get in and find a comfortable place to sit, I think Leroy would immediately be like, what the fuck have you been doing for 10 years?
Well, just, all the things you taught me, running away, hiding in holes. I've been eating well.
Oh, I can feel that, as he grabs your arm again and squeezes the muscle.
Yes, I'm up to 2 beasts when I can get one.
Yeah.
And I don't have to feed my scraps to these guys anymore. And he starts like poking the roundest monkey on the ground.
You see there's one that's particularly was just sort of like snoozing, and it had its hands on its belly, and you poke it and it just sort of and it just starts growling at you, and then kind of tries to jump at you, and just not like really aggressively like scratch you, but it's just sort of trying to jump on you and grapple you a little bit.
Yeah, and he works it up into his arms and probably takes out a snack for it, and says, I know what you want. I know what's good for these guys.
And as soon as you have some kind of snack for it, it's like night and day, as the monkey entirely calms down and kind of just takes it, grabs it out of your hands, and then crawls up onto your shoulder and sits on it. It's back to you though. It's still a little upset, but it accepts the peace offering. Well, you get to have the roast beasts are, fresh on the table here with the herd folk. You've been taking care of me.
Where you been now? Is it ever since?
I thought I was dead up there. Or at least it seemed that way when they left me there, but old Darwin here, he found me. Snuck me out of the city. Kept me safe down here. And I've been helping them out since, as best I can, since kind of holds his hands up, gesturing to his wrapped eyes. And you would notice, like, the eyes are wrapped, but there's, like, clearly streaks of scarage that comes off of the eye. It doesn't look as though someone cut his eyes out, per se, but more so like the attempt to shoot him did not kill him, but instead damaged his ability to see. I am lucky to be alive. With the shot he got off that fucking piece of shit, man. You see, he starts to get a little like angry and squeezes his fists.
Who was it? Who did that?
It was a cocky fuck who introduced Viren. The one who looked like he could be no one. No face on him. Weak man.
Are cups made of tin or glass here?
I'd say 10.
I might hear some squeaking of tin because Rose pissed.
Oh goodness. I'm glad I didn't say glass.
Yeah, because I would have probably broken it. I don't think we got a lot of tempered glass here.
No. You would see Darwin at this point is starting to kind of wander around amongst all of you. He is very similar to Dr. Kellen. He is sort of this half human, half gnomish variant. And like I said, he has kind of this receding hairline, and he has these what I would call sleepy eyebrows in the way that they're so bushy and they kind of droop down. So he always looks like he's kind of half asleep as he's wandering about with that big staff that he has. And he's just handing each of you a bowl of some kind of paste. Not sure what exactly it is. You see Leroy immediately, kind of as soon as the bowl goes into his hands, he just sort of like, fucking gross, disgusting. It's good for you. It's good for you. As he kind of taps Benny on the shoulder, and Darwin kind of wanders up and hands you this bowl of kind of brown paste that almost looks like ground up nuts and oil.
He gave us a bowl of peanut butter.
Yeah, he gave you peanut butter, but it's not peanut butter.
As I take it, I'll just say, have you got any bread, anything at all like that, flat bread or?
Well, let's see. You see Darwin rushes over to the area where he brought this from, and he's just sort of like lifting like cloches and like looking in bags, and you see he does pull up some pretty hard looking bread as he comes over, and he's just sort of drops it down in front of you, and it's dense bread. It's very, very dense, hardtack-esque bread.
Yeah.
I'm just eating what I was given.
I'll take the bread and I'll cut it into chunks, and I'll go sit next to Saoirse, and I'll take a little sachet of salt out and just, sprinkle it in mine, dip the bread in, and then offer her the same thing if she wants salt and bread to make it not taste like crap.
I haven't touched the bowl. I'm playing with my father's scarf in my hand and just kind of like staring off into space.
A bit louder, Shannon.
I haven't touched the bowl, and I'm just sitting and playing with my father's scarf and staring off into space.
Oh, I'll just leave this here then for you, I guess. And I put it down, and I'll sit next to you anyway, and I'll eat mine slowly. Just kind of lean against you a little bit.
No.
I won't say anything, but I'll kind of like absent-mindedly put my head on your shoulder and then just kind of say like, not hungry.
Okay. But we're doing over the next few days what I think we're doing. Make sure you eat at some point. You'll need your strength, okay, kiddo?
I'll just nod against his shoulder.
As a train goes off in the distance.
I will.
Sorry.
Oh, it's actually, I kind of liked it. I'm gonna say that actually happened. You actually heard that.
That
You heard
was
just some like noise of a loud horn up the mountain towards Tosca.
yeah. Sorry,
Some
our
weird
AC's out and
mechanical
it's
piece.
hot there. It's our AC's out and it's we have to have the windows open. I'm sorry.
It's all good. I love it.
I'll take the bottle of whiskey that I found. Well, if you're not eating, and I'll just take either tin or clay cup, and I'll just pour a very small amount for both of us, and just.
Oh, as soon as the sound of the cork coming out of that talk comes out of that, you hear from across the room, sorry, not Benny, Leroy go, "Oh, I know that sound from anywhere. You holding out on us, Jules?"
I look over
It's
and I
Julius to
swear
you, mate. But yeah,
it's
send
my.
Benny over
Is
with
it
a
the?
cup.
I need to know. Are you going from a bottle or are you going from my flask?
It's a bottle. of
'Cause I
whiskey.
look-
Bottle.
Okay. Cool.
You found a bottle when they killed that guy.
Yeah. I just know he also has my fucking booze.
Yeah.
Damn it.
It's a
Oh, yeah.
12-year single malt for you, buddy.
Where the fuck did you find that?
Some unsavory types were holed up, and we happened to find it amongst their belongings.
Oh yeah, some of these herd folk down here, they don't drink. And he looks over at Darwin with kind of like, you can't see his eyes as they're wrapped up, but you can tell as best you can he's glaring. As he'll kind of like tap Benny on the arm and sort of slowly hand you some cups, Benny.
You know, Owen growing up always used to say, never trust anyone that doesn't drink.
I used to say the same thing until they saved my life.
Yeah, well, they're not all bad, I guess. I look to... Oh my god, I've got his name, Darwin?
Darwin, yeah.
And oh yeah, I'll just give the small cup as well to Saoirse.
So once Leroy gets a cup of the booze, he'll sip it and then kind of gesture around to all of you. So, thought you all were dead? What brings you back from the dead?
You three are insane.
It's not hard to see even for me.
Our home has been invaded. I intend to take it back.
Oh, it invaded?
Mad she is.
I thought you were my friend.
Saoirse, what you're planning to do is absolutely insane.
You don't know what I'm planning to do. I haven't said anything.
I haven't heard any plan, and we're here.
Okay.
This was always the plan.
Well, let's make
Is to
it
come
then.
home.
Before we get worked up. Darwin, Leroy, what do you know of the enemy's forces, disposition, routines? Make a plan.
Oh, well, I ain't been up there in 10 years. We've been stuck down here. Darwin, you've been in there, right? And you see Darwin's kind of a little, like, hesitant to talk. He's kind of been giving you all space since you got here. He comes over with a tray of more food. This time it's actual substance though. It's some kind of stew made up of the woolly hogs you saw outside. And he as he kind of goes around and hands each of you a bowl off of the tray, he'll say, "Oh well, I going up there. It is it's pretty secure. He's got his soldiers, goons, thugs. They're all over the place, and a lot of the other townsfolk joined in if they saw an opportunity to be strong when they felt weak before. Take advantage, push people around. I don't like doing business up there anymore, and I tend to prefer to stay down here. And when I can, go to Onus. Much kinder people there. Much kinder. Very kind. They care about things that matter. Like these." And he kind of gestures around to a myriad of plant life that he keeps in here that would ordinarily not survive in the environment you're in. But he keeps them in this particular space. And this isn't a greenhouse of any kind, but they do stay alive and are quite overgrown all around. Viren doesn't go out anymore, though, or at least as far as I've heard, he have not shown himself outside of his keep in a long time. Folk, if they need to speak with the Ark, it's the keep. However, he stays in there. He doesn't. He used to walk amongst the town in the beginning, and now he just stays inside. It's so the life has left the streets. It's so dismal up there. Esta and I can help it. We stay down here, and we have begun exploring the other parts of the mountain, actually, to find a new home for folks that want to leave Tosca. It's truly wild. The types of life that are all around when you leave the smog, especially as the sun is coming out more and we're discovering more and more about it. There's no reason to stay in Tosca. He kind of got completely distracted and just started talking about his own thing there. But if you have specific questions, I suppose Esta and I have been up there frequently.
How often is he called to Numinosum?
The typical once a year. He didn't go the first year, but there was at least the rumors are there was an assertion from Numinosium to demand his presence. The next moot sorts.
When was the last summons?
Given the time of year, he must have returned only a couple months ago.
I don't fancy you all are going to want to sit here and wait 10 months to ambush him on the road. Safe way. Well, there's something to be said about storming your keep and making a show of it. It'll definitely get any people behind us if we pull it off.
You think any of them recognize us anymore? Would recognize us anymore? Or do you think he's blinded them all?
I had spare uniforms tucked away in case I needed them, or the floorboards of my house, with a few other things. If they're still there and we can get in, which is a big if, we could be at least somewhat recognized. I will be at the very least. Have the uniforms changed since?
No,
He's taken
there's
over?
a lot of the guards, a lot of the security team that was loyal to you, your father, were exiled or killed. Those who stuck around kept the uniform. But the larger force of security is his goons. They don't wear a uniform. There are uniformed guards, though, but they're a bit more of a show.
Okay. DM, I would have had like go bags ready in case we ever had to make a run for it.
You specifically made extras before the shit went down with your most loyal guards.
Yeah. Would it be possible to, knowing where those were, they should be far enough away to check on them, and they should have, the uniforms of the Ark and stuff if he ever has to go to another town while on the run and hopefully seek shelter. I'm hoping that Sirja's not too differently sized to her mother.
Probably not. Yeah, I mean, I think would probably want to do a D20 fate roll for that. Just to, let's do it.
17.
17, okay. Then you would be able to at least find one that is perfectly intact. In one of your known hiding places. Especially since you specifically only worked with the guards you trusted to set these up. I would say they've not been discovered, or at least you can find at least one that has not been discovered in the 10 years.
Okay. If tonight's cloudy enough, I can go for a scout. Maybe bring one of you with me.
I'll go with you.
There's some things we could pick up, things that I prepared a long time ago. They might need to be cleaned. We might need a couple days before we're actually ready to kick off whatever we're doing. In that time, Darwin, do you have any shipments you can take in and out of town so we can get an idea on numbers at the gates and places?
I mean, we always go. We have an irregular schedule for going in and out of the town, so there's no expectations on when we show up. So, I suppose we could go easily whenever. We bring carts in with furs and meats and all sorts of things. It's very, I suppose, hype some folks in. You needed, or if we just needed to get some of you in. Could also do it in staggered.
It's gonna be easy getting one or two people in than a whole team. Yeah, Leroy. Do you remember if there's any of your old big burly mining friends that might be unhappy with the current arc?
Hey, those bastards hate his guts. He took over the Metallurgist Guild's aid. A lot of men and women were out of jobs. Especially if they didn't want to comply with what happened that night. And not all of them are as ugly as I am now. Some of them still got a bit more fight in them.
So they know how to fight.
Oh, they've got blunt objects and knives. Oh, freaking miners, man. Not soldiers. Probably all been a scrap.
Problem is, we don't have any soldiers. We don't have the time for guerrilla warfare. I believe you, Benny, Sisha, want this done as soon as possible, right?
Yes. Tonight, if we could.
We won't have time. We need at least 2 days. We need to get
Oh,
materials.
well, yeah. The other thing is the guards and the goons of Viren. They're not soldiers either. They're just thugs. Some of them are, but
You know enough.
I wouldn't call it an army.
Fucking know well enough to sneak up on someone, blow a hole in their house, and try to take them out.
The
I got access to some serious shit.
guards trained by me know how to move in formation and quell an uprising.
Yeah, but can you stop whatever the fuck they're firing with?
Mm.
You have something similar to what they're firing with, right?
What I use is different. Pretty sure. I'll take it out and put it on the table while I try to explain. They killed my dad because they wanted what I used to make this. I don't know why they wanted it. They wanted it. He called it a hardcore, I think.
Yes. You see, kind of Esta, who is kind of working in the kitchen area, kind of comes up behind Darwin and kind of looks to him and looks back to you, and then kind of, how long did your father have that?
He found it when he was young. What, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was young. And it's since before I was born.
You see Darwin goes up to the edge of the table and he kind of reaches his hands out and looks to you, kind of like, may I?
Can I ask him? I don't know. What's the equivalent of persuasion? I don't know this person. So, but I also don't want to be like immediately, no, you can't touch my things.
You can, I mean.
Can I ask you to roll a d20? Is that something I'm allowed to ask you to do?
Oh,
Shelby is now the DM.
The guide.
I rolled a 2.
Then yeah, no, I put my hand over it, kind of protectively. Jules, I know, knows how to handle these things. But as I do, I'm like, listen, this thing blew up in my face. I don't really.
Well, of course it did. Look at the way you've trapped this thing.
It doesn't.
Look at the way that you've wrapped it all up in this violent weapon.
She just kind of looks.
Table?
I was just trying to protect me, Benny.
What would you do with it?
Well, I would do this. And you see he taps the staff that he has, and the kind of top of it sort of, the wood splits open, and you see a similar hardcore inside of it. This one's green, though. And he kind of like descends down into the center of the shepherd's crook of his staff. Hardcores are very precious things. Remnants of a world beyond this one. Remnants of emerging magic.
I wouldn't have expected to see 3 in one town.
Hey.
Well, this one was hard to find.
Wait, where's the third one?
Don't worry about it for now. The energy that these can emit, is it the same as the weapons fired by the Numinosium?
Oh,
Numinosiums?
the weapons. The Numenosian weapons are technology. They're pure science. They're not they're not magical. So these, when improperly used for violence, emit much more destruction.
Is it
I just pick it up and put it back in my boot.
a look between the scientist and the magic man? Do these emit the same type of energy, regardless of destructive potential? Is there a way that we can make something that can at least block or deflect some of that energy, like a mirror reflects the sun's light?
I could figure it out if you got me one of their weapons to look at. Could probably figure out what exactly they're doing. The hardcore, it took me a couple years to figure out, and even then it's unstable. But if it's pure technology, they're not doing any the fuck the thing is my dad found. I can make it work. I can understand it if you just let me take it apart.
Well, it's also considering the hardcore itself and communing with it if you can, or understanding it in some way. Tell me,
Wait.
young girl, have you had any dreams lately?
I feel like she was in such a drunken stupor. It's like she's only right now remembering.
Yeah.
And she suddenly kind of looks up and she looks at Julius. The other night when we were in the shipping container after the assassination attempts, I dreamed about you had rescued 2 young kids from I don't think I know what a nanite beast is, so I just arbitrarily describe what the hell that was. And then I look at Saoirse, and it was your birthday, and you were firing a bow, and your uncle gave you a better one. And then I look at Benny, and it was Leroy was the one who found you, right?
Yeah.
You dug him out and the mine was collapsing, right? There was some issue.
Oh, thing was gonna fall. We got Aaron out. They wanted to leave him. I squeezed through and I found him. That fucking rock.
Just kind of slump in my chair, just like kind of like mind blown that I just remembered. Yeah, no, that absolutely happened.
Now,
And I didn't.
Were we dreaming those at the same time, or were those memories?
Other than Benny, who may have been dreaming of Leroy, you had those exact dreams.
Okay.
Was the one, because it was the one week that I was in, was that a memory of something I did in the past?
Yes.
Also.
Yeah, it was a memory of back when you and the Laughlins and the group of survivors had not settled Tosca yet and were wandering, and you were saving Viren and Owen from a nanite beast.
That's what I was dreaming the other night, Ro. How did you see it?
Fucking no, I don't know. I was sleeping. I think I don't know. That night's kind of a blur, and I very distinctly remember those dreams because I woke up and I sat up and I sat next to Benny, and that wasn't long after Julius woke up and started talking to me.
Well, it's quite simple, my dear. It's nature. It's the hardcore.
The hell is it doing this for? And I start taking it back out of my boot. And I'm gonna be honest, I kind of think this thing is like literally held together by like a screw. So I start to undo it to try and take the core out. So I imagine I like had a way to place it in and out so that I could do maintenance on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Like I undo the screw and it pops out, and I just.
He would kind of he seemed very eager to hold it, but he would still kind of be gentle and make sure that you're comfortable with him taking it.
Now that like I actually understand, he knows what the fuck this is. I'll let him. I'll let them. I mean, I keep a very close eye on them because my dad died for that. But
he holds it up and he's, "Oh, you see it."
I also saw where that came from. There was I start to describe the creature that my dad was approaching, that really elegantly beautiful creature that I have no idea what the fuck it is.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Well, it took me a very long time to find this one. As he holds the staff towards you. I didn't know what I was looking for. I saw something similar. Not exactly the same, but a creature. Something elegant. Something... Julius, you remember that there was a world before the sundering of the planet?
Yeah, I do.
World of science. Not really any magic.
Seems like it all been forgotten over time.
Whatever happened to sink our home into its parent planet released a lot of energy. And in the release of that energy, there was a reemergence of magic. Unstable, chaotic, wild. And that magic started to cluster itself into creatures, beings. It affected people as well. And he kind of gives a quick glance over to Saoirse and then back to Julius. Your mother, and he kind of gives for the first moment of him giving you a little bit of like respect for who you actually are, Saoirse, as he kind of gives a little nod to the head at the mention of your mother. I came to her in dreams. Prescient.
Her mother had explained a lot of this to me in the past. Sish, you should listen to this. I'm gonna go pick up that go bag. And you keep him safe. And I'll grab my kit and head out.
Sure thing. Yes, your mother was the foolish folk of Tosca would always start rumors that she was a witch of some kind, but she was just who she was. It was nature. There might be some of that in you, even.
I don't know about that. I've never felt it or used anything like it.
Well, I remember in my own research that I've been doing the last decade or two, old books tell of generational, these sort of things can be passed down. Stories of angelic people, or it sounds silly, but fiendish, demonic people, or imbued with nature or fire or elements, passed down through generations. It's very fascinating stuff, but it's so different now. I mean, I'm sure you're all aware of the robust smell of cinnamon in the room.
That's what that smell is.
The sweet spice smell that comes into the air. It's something that is a byproduct of the latent magic in these hurt cores. Concentration, ingots of essence. When one of these creatures dies, they're sort of collapse in on themselves. And he kind of looks at you, Ro, for a moment, like a star.
It's like she was just about to say, oh, yeah, okay, so that's like it's just a magic core left over. Like a neutron star.
Yes. It's the next phase of whatever their life cycle is. But there's a piece of them still in there, and those creatures, some of them at least. We've only got these two to examine, but there's some essence of whatever the creature was. And my experience with this one is, and it seems like the experience with yours, is these creatures were empathetic in a way that reached out to the feelings, thoughts, and dreams of those around them.
Shame it's been kept in a box for so long.
Don't fault your father for not knowing what it was. It took me a very long time to understand it.
What do you understand about them now?
Well, I've learned, and I've done my best, my dear, and I believe it's not great. I talk to it sometimes.
You can
I don't know.
talk to it.
I try to.
Just speaking out to it, seeing if it'll respond.
You can coerce, of course. Somewhat like what you've done here. Coax the energy out. And it would be easy. You just treat them like fuel. There's no fault in that, especially without an understanding of what it really is. But it's, to speak like your father, brilliant new technology, brilliant new world to discover. It's allowed me to do what I do here. As he gestures to kind of the lively plant life in this space.
Not really sure if something that's like that should stay with me then. I'm not my dad. Not half the brain he was.
Well, judging by this tinkered weapon, you're quite bright. To have tapped into magic, proven chaotic, unsolvable equation.
She's brilliant.
Tapped into it. It was an accident. You can ask Benny. There was an explosion and it hit my flask, and now the flask doesn't run out.
I think you meant to do that.
I promise you I didn't.
Been saying this
figure out how to
for years. You can't say you're not smart. There's everything that is on me was created by you.
I'm not saying I'm not.
Nothing.
I'm not saying I'm not smart. I'm saying I'm not my dad.
Well, that's right. Your dad was very different. Look at what Benny is saying. Look at all of these and you see Darwin kind of goes up and just like slaps a hand on Benny's hammer. His little tiny half gnome hand.
Oh no! Just hits a button, buzzes a little bit.
Gets zapped a little. As you can see,
sorry.
like the monkey, one of the monkeys is just sort of like tugging on Benny's hammer, trying to like pull it away.
Benny, look down.
Oh, and Benny just gives him the weird brown paste.
Starts housing it down. I understand how you feel. That sense of like you don't deserve to fill those shoes. But we all are on our own adventure. Your father was. Your mother and father were. Looks to Saoirse. The hero is still on his adventure, no matter how much he thinks he isn't. And it's okay to not be your father. You're Ro. Ro made this. And he slaps the hammer again.
I think Ro might stand up and leave the table. Not aggressively, just very clearly a lot that she doesn't really want to do unpack.
Yeah.
And hands are probably a little clammy. She's got a bit of a headache, a little nauseous from the paste or from not alcohol, who knows.
Yeah, you would see Esta would kind of very quickly go to your side, and she would give you your space, but she would be, offer to help get you some water and something.
No, thanks. I'm okay. I just need some time alone. And I'll scoop up Arno, who is probably on the floor harassing the monkeys.
Oh yeah, you scoop him up as he's facing a like what's clearly like a baby monkey across the room.
Yeah, no, I just one arm scoop. You're coming with me.
You see the monkey, the baby monkey, jumps up and leaps and grabs onto the chest of its mother, and the way they kind of hang under the mother as they walk, and that mother kind of scoops that baby monkey up the same way you're scooping Arno up, and you swear that this monkey is glaring at you. Like an angry parent of another angry parent.
I will put the rest of my paste on the floor for this monkey because I did eat some of it, but I didn't eat a lot. I don't really have a ton of appetite right now.
Congratulations,
she accepts your peace
family of monkeys.
As you walk away, Darwin would kind of look to Benny and Leroy and Saoirse and say, "Oh, did I go too far? Did I say too much?"
No, there's just a lot of memories, painful ones. Even though it's been 10 years. It's like it happened yesterday.
I see. Well, I will give her space then. So, what is your plan? I assume you're back to lay claim?
Yes. Viren doesn't belong there. He doesn't deserve it. That isn't his home.
I see.
I want him
Do you
out.
plan to... And out. By out, my dear, do you mean to kill?
If necessary. But I'd like to give him a chance to leave, like he gave me and Jules 10 years ago.
Noble. Vengeance is self-inflicting attack. Self-inflicted attack. You don't, in the end, you're really hurting yourself.
I am the rightful Ark, and I intend to take my place.
Well, things have changed up there. It's not the home you remember.
What is it like? Any information you have will be extremely appreciated and valuable in us accomplishing this.
Like I said, the goons really run things in the streets. But the keep itself is probably more well guarded.
That's
There's a great tower above the keep now, where monstrosities of metal hang for some purpose we don't know. They look like boats, kind of.
Did I know about my father's plan? I don't think I did, right?
No.
Yeah, okay. I think so.
Orion would know about them, and he would
Right.
say, as he's sitting there this whole time, quietly eating paste. That's what Dr. Kellen was working on with your father.
The boats?
Airships. Okay, no. They look like boats. You have to think beyond that. They're ships. Yes, they're airships meant to sail the cloud seas, to escape.
For what purpose?
Escape. To leave.
To leave Tosca.
Leave this whole island. Find a new home, away from Numenosium.
And Viren's continuing that.
He was.
Went through all of that trouble, killed all those people, and now he's just going to leave on his own.
Unless he's got other plans.
Well, hopefully the secret passages haven't been blocked off. I know my way around that keep.
Julius, while you're heading out to go find that pack, could you give me a d20 roll?
16.
Okay. Somewhere around the outskirts of, you go somewhat a ways away, but you don't have to go too far. there'd be a point in the night, because like out here, this is, it's the lowlands. It's very dark at night. So at a certain point, you would faintly notice something in the distance heading towards the herdfolk village. You would just see sort of a very, very dim glimmer of some kind of a light reflecting off of a metal surface of something.
Are we talking nanite based?
Yeah.
Since I would have seen these a lot.
You'd be pretty well adjusted. I'd say like some old instincts kick in to when you used to have to be out in the wilds more.
Have I got the pack and I'm kind of seeing it's like between me and the village on my way back?
Yeah, basically it's like you got the pack and you're on your way back, and you would have noticed something is stalking in the distance. Maybe while you were heading to the pack location, all of those old instincts kicked in of when you had to live out in the wild, and you would notice what you've noticed before, which is just a dull shimmer of some light reflecting off of metal of the nanite beast's body.
Can I create a bit of a distraction? I want to get a few rounds. I don't even know if this works in real life, but I'm going to make it up and say it does. Hopefully, I'm going to get a few rounds of ammunition, pop them out of a magazine, place them on the floor, on top of some pieces of wood, and then create like a little bit of a I can see how like fast it's moving, so I'm hoping I get time to just like sort of make a little bit of a light barrier around it, and then start a small fire, hoping that it's going to take a minute or so to heat up enough to cook off that ammunition and create a noise to distract it. And that time I can scoot around, and as it comes this way, I'll be heading that way and alert everyone.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Go ahead and give me. Yeah, I'd say that's possible. Go ahead and give me a d20 roll.
All right, I've got a 17 and a 16. I'm hoping to keep it in the area. Let's see how it goes. It's a 6.
6. Okay,
6.
So tough choice time. I'm gonna say one of two things. It's either you're kind of waiting to either basically it does not work, like it doesn't produce enough heat for combustion, or it does work, but it works quicker than you intend, and it goes off while you're right there. You get disoriented for a moment. You're not going to get as much of a head start. Basically, it goes off too early, or it doesn't go off at all.
Okay. Just a moment as I just open up my character-y stuff.
Take a second to think about that, and I'll jump back and into what's happening in the village while this is going on. So this is after a few moments have passed. You all have kind of, caught up a little bit with Leroy. You're eating, you're finishing up your stew and maybe relaxing a little bit. It would be at this point that Esta is kind of cleaning up, and she goes and pretends music off. And she would kind of this space has this little like small fire in the middle that brings this like warm light throughout. She sits next to Benny and kind of reaches into a bag and pulls out a few of these pastries and hands one to you. She just says, Darwin's food is not great. I think he doesn't believe in seasoning. But I snuck some of these last time we were up in Tosca. There's bad as things might be up there in some places, there are still some good things.
Oh, thank you. It's been a while since I've had some, nice anything. I'm getting kind of used to the nobody seasoning anything anywhere. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. No problem, Rock Baby. She kind of gives you a smirk.
So, you've been back and forth. What do you think? Do you agree with Darwin? Are you just going to go off and find some place in the mountains, just leave it all behind?
And Darwin always thinks that we can just escape some forest. There's no forests around here.
He says revenge only hurts us. But I don't know. We give him a chance to leave. He gave them a chance to leave. It's going to stop him from doing the same thing we're about to do. Just go back and take it back. This has got to end somewhere. It's a cycle.
Yeah. Right. Oh, makes me think of, like, if you could go back, would you like, would you beat up my old friends? Would you fight them? Would you bully them?
No. That's different. I don't have any. There's no hard feelings with any of you. I mean, it's just, I wasn't the easiest to get along with, and we were all separate, and it's just not the same. If you had done what he did, we were all the same. We were in a community. A bit of ribbon. Oh, that was my whole relationship with Leroy. You think you gave it to me bad? You should have seen what he was like at home. He's a maniac.
He still is. But
Somebody came in and they kicked in our door and they did that to him. And I'm just supposed to forgive and forget. I've been on the run for 10 years. Ro's the only person who kept me alive. And listen, I'm just saying this because it's the two of us, but I'm pretty sure that she's been putting gadgets on me in my sleep, because every once in a while I wake up and I can do something new.
and you see Esta's kind of like not quite sure how to respond to that. She's just like, yeah, you haven't changed actually that much. You're still saying weird shit.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the point that we have gone up there and we have put our rightful arc in place. Saoirse can fix this place up. There was never any hope of me and Ro running that place. I want us to start living the after. Saoirse can put the places. She may not want to. She may not have any, nobody wants. Well, that's not true. The people who want to lead often are not the people who should. Heavy is the head that wears the crown and all that. But I don't know. There's some of us who are just there to help set things right, and then I would love to figure out who I actually am. But me
Can I
and
hear
Ro,
this
we don't get a chance
conversation?
to do that.
I mean, it's not a huge area, so I mean, if you started listening, you could catch like sort of what he starts to say at the end there.
When he said my name, I would have perked up.
Yeah. You definitely
Cocktail party effect.
100%.
Benny, I want you and Ro there. With me.
Be there. I mean, we're gonna help you get your keep back.
And then you're going to stay.
Well, yeah. In Tosca.
No, you can stay in the keep. If you want to. I'm not going to keep you there if you don't want to, but I am certain we can find a role for the both of you. I know I'm certainly going to need advisors.
You don't want my advice.
Sure I do.
Benny used to always we teased him for it, but he used to run these obstacle courses. He might be a good protector.
Yeah. Consider me your wall. I'll stand in front. Whatever weird shit they got built up there, it's going to have to go through me first. That's the way it's been with Ro, and I'm willing to offer the same service.
Ro, what are you doing at this point?
Ro went off by herself. I imagine she can probably hear bits and pieces, but she didn't go outside, but as close to outside as she could, where she could pull a flap open and see a starless sky. She just everything about talking about her dad and her frustrations with not being able to make shit work like her dad, and the situation she's found herself in and not knowing how to cope because she doesn't have her normal coping mechanism.
Absolutely.
I'm just trying to write out my very uncomfortable symptoms. I'm just really anxious. Hands are shaky, sweating for no reason.
Okay.
Got like Arno in my lap, like absently petting, and he just has to deal with it.
Of course, and he's struggling a little bit, but Benny and Saoirse, you would see Esta would kind of be watching Ro with sort of this look of concern, and then you see she kind of perks up and she kind of wanders away to like a back area with the tents. Ro, you would hear the sort of scuttling of Darwin behind you as he kind of comes up next to you. In your vision, his staff always appears before he does because it's at your head height while he's below.
Well, that was absolutely like sitting down. So I just imagine I hear the waddling, and then there's just a stick, and then like half of a person right here.
Exactly. Yeah. So the stick just shows up, and you can see that little green gem like yours hanging there, and he looks to you with a very serious face. As you can see, he kind of looks up to you, even with you sitting. He has to look up to you, and you can kind of see just underneath the heavy sleepy eyebrows, you can just barely see the green eyes underneath. As he just says, "I'm so sorry, my dear, for bringing up such painful things."
It's okay. I'm kind of the one who didn't want to come back.
I think I might be able to show you something that might at least cheer you up a bit. As a woman of science. If you don't mind, and he'll kind of like open the flap to the tent to say, "Step outside."
Yeah, after like a second to like collect herself, she'll kind of like wobble to her feet. She still has a pretty heavy limp from her fucked up knee. She's got a brace on it now, but you know, leg's still a little fucked. So
Absolutely.
but she'll follow. Yeah.
Before we get to what he is going to show you, we're going to take a short break. So folks, we will be back in 5 minutes to continue the adventure for tonight. Thank you, folks. We will be back at 5 minutes.
See you then.
Welcome back, everybody, to Roll for Damage. We are back with Sundered, an Arden Quest story. Our heroes are resting in Darwin's tent right now with a bunch of macaque monkeys, and Jules is out in the plains outside of the little village, dealing with a murder bot, a nanite beast, an amalgam of nanobots that is somewhat of a lupine predator that can shapeshift and do a whole bunch of stuff. So they're very dangerous. But back by Darwin's tent, things are still a little bit more calm. As Saoirse and Benny spoke about what to do in the town above, Esta wandering off to the back to find something, while Darwin invited Ro to step outside after apologizing for bringing up so many terrible memories. He doesn't step too far out of the tent. He really just wanted to get you out into the fresh air. But he taps the staff in the dirt and kind of looks up to you with a little bit of a smirk on his face, opening his eyes as wide as he can, as he says, like your father, you're a scientist. And how eager you spoke of the stars. Thought I might use some of the gifts this heart core has given me to show you something. I believe I consider myself a naturalist, but I think the old world may have called these ancient figures druids. But this staff has given me some abilities that have shown me beautiful things that I think you might like to see, if you don't mind. He kind of steps forward in front of you and about probably a good 5 feet away from you and begins to sort of swirl the staff in his hands like this, so that it kind of is in a vortex shape. And you'd kind of look at it and then kind of look upward as you see the green light starts to move in that vortex with it. In the same way kind of your amber gem creates amber forces of energy, this sort of creates this greenish jade wind that then kind of disappears almost like a dust devil upwards. But as you follow that dust devil disappear, you look and it's like as your focus leaves that, your eyes focus on the smog clouds above, and you can kind of just gently see them turning. You see that vortex slowly appears in the actual clouds themselves as it slowly opens up to about maybe a 60-foot diameter opening in the clouds. As you can see a patch of pure, unpolluted starlight.
I've decided it takes a lot for Ro to stay standing because of my jagged, like my jankily put together.
Yeah. Brace.
Yeah, thank you. So she kind of just falls back, I think, onto into like a sitting position, just staring up in awe. She has seen so many pictures, old Kepler pictures of space and of galaxies and of starlight, but she's never seen it herself. Even that day when she was out with her dad, she saw the sunrise. She didn't see stars. I mean, technically she saw a star, but
Yeah.
Semantics.
And you hear kind of muttering under his breath, almost to the green gem. You hear Darwin whispering, "Oh, just give me a little bit more for her sake." And you see another dust devil shoots up, and it expands further. And you see it kind of almost like a moonrise, as you would start to see the edges of a celestial body, a moon of the planet of
We have
above.
a moon. We have a moon.
And then it would be at that kind of moment, that peak of this magic, where you can see not only the stars and space itself, but an actual celestial body of this planet. And it expands so wide that it's like, if you've ever seen pure sky, where you can actually see kind of the shape of the galaxy a little bit. You start to see that a bit. As you hear kind of the sounds of some scratching and like old disc scratching sounds, as everyone inside would see Esta has dragged out this janky stereo, Rose's father's stereo,
No.
and just
Oh my
got a
God.
random disc into it that she found. As this low lilting music starts to play behind the scene of this, you see Leroy's there, and he's kind of bouncing his head as he is, I'd say he got a hold of whatever scotch was left, and is now having a deeper sip. You can see his cheeks are getting a little red.
Could hearing the music and seeing this, a little bit of old Row, I think, pops out. Could I run out and just grab Benny and Saoirse by the arm
Absolutely.
and bring them out to show them?
What is it? Are you all right?
No, it's amazing. You need to see this. It's so amazing.
And yeah, Benny, like, as soon as they get outside and looks up, and wow, that's
We have a moon. And then, look, that's the galaxy we're in. And that's the star they used to use us to guide us with. Back when people could see the sky, that's how they used to tell direction.
You've never seen stars before in your life, and a moon. You don't even. I mean, you've heard the term, but like, think of it if you've never seen a moon ever before, and then suddenly you saw a full moon in the sky.
it has
What's it
been a
made
long
of?
time since I felt small.
Debris. No, bodies like the planet we're on. It's from when stars form. They create these huge disks of debris, and it just collects and collects, and then you get it just collects enough to create gravity. It's so cool. We have a moon. And she's just like geeking the fuck out.
I'll give her a hug.
And she'll hug back, I think.
Well, and as we're hugging, I'll just be like, "You've got more of your father in you than you know." It's very exciting.
He used to talk about going beyond the orange cloud sea.
It's
When,
possible.
yeah, he used to talk about it and how we might be able to find other land out there. We took a trip out there when I was a kid. It's the first time I'd seen our atmosphere. You know, the atmosphere's purple. The
Purple?
sky is purple.
Like my eyes.
Yeah. The sky is purple.
I can't wait to see all of the volumes that you fill with the information you're going to learn. Where's Jules? He's been gone a while. Have you seen him?
and cutting away.
I got you.
Meanwhile, I'm over here
While Jules is
dying to eat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, can you imagine?
I would say, like, particularly as you're concocting this, you're getting this all ready, heating up the bullets and everything, you would see in the distance this opening of the clouds above. And it's the actual opening of the clouds and that moonlight that comes in that perfectly shows you Nanite Beast and the reflection on it.
This is a little bit meta because I know that I got a difficult choice. But I feel like Jules is an always prepared sort of guy. Would I be able to start filling from the flask the whiskey bottle to make a Molotov cocktail in case things do go bad?
As in, like, you would have done that before you started this plan?
Like I would start the bullet burning and I'd start doing that as I'm moving away, just in case something bad did happen. Then it's kind of gone off as I've taken like the first step. I'm sort of like, oh fuck. And,
yeah, I would allow that.
Yeah, cool. So I guess as I'm making this thing and stuffing the rag and all this kind of just starts cooking off. So I'm gonna say it goes off early.
Okay.
And I must be like just a couple 100 feet away, easily visible if they look this way.
Yes.
And I'll lock eyes with Saoirse for just a second. And then I will... did the thing turn towards me?
After you...
After it all starts cooking off?
Okay, so to describe it then, I'd say is you would... Because as that stuff starts cooking off, like, that would be a loud noise. So kind of in that moment, as you're all kind of wondering where Jules is, you would hear in the distance, essentially, gunfire as one of these bullets sort of just combusts, and you would be able to look over, and in the light of that moon, things are clear. You're on a plane. You can see the figure of Jules a couple 100 feet away. Jules, you could look back, and then you could look, and you would say, absolutely be able to see that Nanite Beast is immediately looked in the direction of the bullet.
And
combustion.
They can all see the Nanite Beast as well?
I would say at this point,
on a plane,
they might not be... Well, they're not. What I'm saying is that they're not looking for a Nanite Beast. They see you, and they hear a gunshot. I don't think they would at first see the Nanite Beast, but as it's coming towards you, they would definitely see it pretty quickly.
Okay, so I'll look over, like I said, lock eyes with Saoirse, and then just start yelling, "Come here, you fucking ugly son of a bitch!" And I'll throw the Molotov cocktail at the Nanite Beast, and I'm going to run towards the settlement. And if I look back and it's not following me, I'm just going to start popping shots at it. And while I'm running, I'll be emptying water bottles, anything I can to make more Molotovs. I will have a few, things around that I could probably make a couple out of, but nothing more than that.
Okay.
Dropping packs, dropping everything I can to get extra speed.
And when you say running towards the settlement, you mean Tosca?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going after him.
I'm limping after her.
I think, Benny had been like making his way up to Esther to like kind of like inching towards her with the music playing, kind of like in his head, like, I learned how to dance a while back, and then like seeing all of that happen is just like, shit, and starts.
Oh.
I want to run towards one of the woolly.
The woolly
warthogs.
The woolly hogs, the woolly warthogs. Yeah. You could absolutely do that.
If I'm running along and I look back over my shoulder and see them all starting towards me, I'm just going to yell out as I run. It's going to slow me down because I'm yelling and running. Make a plan. I'll see you there. Like, don't, I would have trained you to not rush into things. Take a moment, plan, then go in. I know.
There's the guy winging Molotov.
Yes, but the difference is the fucking nanite beast about to kill you all. So I was like, getting us attention.
Okay, slow down for a second. First things first, so I can give a proper smooth narrative of what this all looks like.
No, chaos.
Julius,
yes.
Roll me an attack roll. Saoirse, what are you doing? You just running after?
Yeah.
Okay. Rose limping after. Benny was
I would
about
also like to
have his first dance, but then...
I would like to also pull out the hardcore firearm.
Okay, cool.
Because I think it might be time to fire that again.
Oh, yeah, wait, I have this thing too.
So
I assumed you had that.
Oh shit, I don't have my...
Can I...
All I have is my flash prop. Fuck. Damn it.
Let me just double check something here. I can't see. 1 second, my mic is in the way. Sorry to everyone. Get the fuck out the way. It's right over one part of the screen where I'm trying to read like a rule for a second. Okay. Thank you. Can I use, because I'm using Bond to protect my, special partnership with
100%.
Can I use wild attack to kind of like, because usually you're meant to have a signature sort of attack, but this is more like just gotta protect, gotta help. Can I use wild attack to try to get extra damage out?
Totally, 100%.
Okay, so for those playing at home, you attack with reckless power, disregarding your safety. Seems about right. Describe a signature style of the attack and what it looks like when you make it. The signature attack will be yeet.
100%. I love that. Honestly, of these 4 episodes, Jules' signature attack has been throw a Molotov cocktail at things.
It has. It really has.
His signature attack has just been yeet.
Okay, so
it has just been yeet.
I roll a dice. On a 1, the weapon just breaks, so I guess that's going to be horrible if it just breaks, like as it leaves my hand, everything's burning. You miss. On a 2 to 5, all enemies within reach may counterattack you immediately. I hope I'm not within its reach. On a 6 through 10, you deal double damage to the enemy, but they counterattack you. 11 to 19, you deal double damage, and 20, you deal quadruple damage. Wish me luck.
Roll that die.
That is a 10. I deal double damage, but they can counterattack me if they're in range.
Okay. I got to decide how much damage a Molotov cocktail deals. I'm gonna say 5. It sounds about right. It's a combustible explosion. Okay.
Nickelback, thanks for the raid. Sorry I didn't see it. I'm sorry to cut in, but howdy, how you doing? It's been a while. I'll talk to you soon. I'm about to die. Continue, Sean.
So as you so this is what the rest of you are running towards him as this happens. Benny is trying to get on the back of one of these hogs. But what you see is Jules, that immediate first thing you saw, and then him running, and you would see almost like skidding in front. To like as if you're looking, you're basically like looking down a street where on the left and right you have just these small tents where these herd folk are. They're all kind of coming out now as the yelling is happening. You saw Jules about 100, 200 feet away. Past that, he shouts, starts running. You would see kind of eclipsing him, sort of drifting into frame, is this nanite beast. Nanite beasts are like the size of they're like the size of that's too big. They're like almost the size of an elephant in their full form, and it just sort of comes into place and then starts chasing. But then you see kind of like the silhouette of it. The moonlight circle starts to close. It becomes harder to see him, as then suddenly there's just this fire that erupts across the nanite beast, and this light horrifying, sharp contrasted, a long shadowed light spills out over the entire valley and over the village as this nanite beast is lit up entirely in fire as it's chasing Jules. Ro.
I said I was pulling my firearm out. I'm assuming I can fucking see it now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
I take aim and I fire. Fuck that. I don't know the fuck this thing is, but it's huge and I don't like it.
Yeah. Do you want to do a straight shot or do you want to overload the gun?
I want to be reckless.
Yeah, you're in a good mood. See. Yeah.
Nat 20.
Woo!
Oh shit.
And
Yes.
if I overload, it triples the damage.
So that's going to be 12 points of damage.
Wow.
What does this look like?
So I kind of want to flavor this a little bit because I had a little bit of time to myself, a little bit of time to sit with the hardcore and think about sad things with my dad. And I just imagined I was holding on to that memory of me and my dad and my mom, with him dancing with my mom. And it's like I just hold my breath, close my eyes, and I fucking pull the trigger, and I hope to God that it hits. And it's just this like straight shot of, I guess, D&D talk, radiant light, I guess is the best way to
radiant
it's
would
very
be a good
bright.
comparison. Yeah.
It's very bright.
It's this very, very much so this charging, honestly, the best comparison for this right now of like what the vibe is, minus the rocket that comes out of it, it's like when Jinx fires the cannon at the end of Arcane, in the sense that it's this charge, like as it fires through, lighting up the whole space, golden amber. It probably almost stops all of you in your tracks as you're moving.
100%.
As it like, kind of zooms past and wind gusts all around. As Jules, you look back as this thing is on top of you and about to counterattack you, but Ro's shot prevents it from getting the counterattack as it just bursts into its shoulder. You can see several parts of it go ripping off. You see little nanite bots just singed away into light as it just sort of has its whole shoulder is ripped apart and completely gone from it as it starts to burn further through its body. As it's just sort of like immediately almost like it trips for a moment and it falls and it splashes against the ground where it almost comes apart as a nanite creature and then like comes back together in a smaller form, but able to still chase you.
May I follow up after that?
Sure.
Want to use far shot? One action point.
I was about to say that it's out of range, but you do have far shots. You can do that.
Do a far shot. Yeah.
Remember earlier today when you said, when am I going to use this?
Yep. All right. So having heard Jules say stop and take a second, and then seeing this just bolts of lightning essentially just go, I'm going to stop, take a deep breath, and in one smooth motion, I'm going to use my action point and I'm going to aim for what I think it's eye and just.
All right, go ahead and roll me an attack roll. It's about the thing that's the most important is the way that after Rose attack struck it, it reconstituted itself.
Right. So I think I
shred. Yeah. So the thing to be aware of is that you're gonna have 1 moment to shoot it before the lights go out because it shed off the burning nanite box.
Okay. All right, come on. 4.
Can I jump in for a sec? How many action points? Like, I know I just did something, but how many action points do I need to spend to try to react to it now being like open and sort of vulnerable? If I do have this flask of endless alcohol, just be like, right on top of it, then throw a match and just be like, stay dead, Burn, motherfucker.
You 100%. So when I say it's vulnerable and reconstitutes itself, I mean it almost becomes an ichor of nanobots that would probably. I would advise against it, is what I'm gonna say. Is that in that it's gonna just basically consume you. I think if you did that, in the sense of. Yeah, the one reason I say that is just like you'd have to like get really up close to it, and you'd kind of completely stop you in your tracks, and it would in its reconstituting form it would be able to attack you again. So I just realized I have 2 songs playing right now on it kind of worked though, the discordant nature of it. But
then I will keep on running.
Benny, what would you like to do?
Wild hog, baby.
Hell yeah. Give me a d20 roll to see how successfully you wrangle a hog.
I wrangle a hog 12.
Okay, you just wrangled the hog. I imagine at first the hog is like as you get this hog, it starts to move backwards, and then you're able to get it going, and maybe Darwin comes up and smacks it with his staff, and it just starts bucking. And so yeah, you've got a wild hog that at least for now you've got some control over.
Okay, so I'm just like right up on its. I'm holding on to like its tusks, I guess, up in the front, and just my
totally because it's got
right
these huge tusks. Yeah,
my face is just right next to its ear, and I'm just like, hey, you quick, let's see it, like come on, buddy, and like shaking it, trying to get it to move, and like my jetpack is going off, like
yes, yes, absolutely. So what basically the chain of events is. Big boom of fire shows this terrifying monster in the dark. Radiant lightning bolt shoots through the air, ripping it to pieces. Everything, right as you fire off an arrow, everything goes dark, and you just hear your arrow into the dark. And now there's just this threatening darkness beyond, where you can hear the footsteps running of Jules, and then slowly the reconfiguration of the nanite beast as it's chasing you, Jules, and then you would see just sort of past you two is Benny on the back of this woolly warthog. You see like he's kind of like sort of every now and then he just sort of slams onto its back and then goes up again, and as his jetpack is just sort of sputtering, and he's like as he's moving all about it, rushing into the absolute darkness, chasing after this creature.
Are we running in the direction of the settlement?
You know that Jules is running in the direction of the settlement.
All right. Well,
you don't honestly know. You can't see anything anymore. That's the thing. Unless you have something that can provide light in this instance, and like a lot of light. Like you can only really track Jules and the monster by sound, by hearing where they're running in the directions.
Okay, this might be a stretch.
Okay,
but oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to check in with Jules real quick.
Right. So, I was a person that collected old military gear and would have a few things in my utility belt, which you've kind of let me just pull things out of so far and been pretty nice. What would I have to give to have a white phosphorus smoke grenade? Now, this isn't to burn the hog. This is to have it like it'll illuminate me for a little bit, and then not the hog. I'm not trying to kill Mike here.
The hog
and death to Benny, and then have like the smoke, so they can kind of get an idea where I'm going, but also it's hopefully obscuring its vision. Like it'll know where I'm going. It'll be distracted by him. It's a lot of effects going on here. Can I give up an action point for it?
Yeah, I would say I would allow you to give up action points to have had that. I'll say 2 action points is what that will cost you.
Okay. Yeah. So let me just double check. I think I'm down to a lot, because do they stack between episodes you said before, or is that not the case?
They do stack. You don't like a long rest doesn't regenerate action points, but you start with the
Oh wait, was I supposed to have more than 10?
Is there a cap to how many you're meant to get then?
There is not a cap, but they're awarded, and you gain 5, I believe. I haven't really been keeping track of this, but you don't gain a full 10 again after a long rest. I think you only gain 5. I have to double check, but
So we were gone for 10 years, 365 days. We've got
you got
several hundred.
and it's been 6 days that you've been traveling. You started this day with a full.
So if we said we had like 15-ish.
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Right,
I'll allow that.
Okay, a couple. Cool. So yeah, just running and screaming and stay back. You know, the thing. I'm not going to go through it all because I don't want to keep yelling in the mic. But I'll be heading towards the town. I'm hoping they don't open fire on me and they see this person and be like, and be like, oh, okay, maybe we should do something about that. As I head towards Tosca, I imagine it's like a half-hour run away or something, or maybe a bit more.
It would be, yeah. It's a hike too, because you're going up the mountainside to get to it.
Yeah, it's like this was my life for a long time. I'm old. I'll probably have a heart attack soon after, but I'll get there.
So, so your goal is to create with this device is to allow them to track you in the beast as you're running.
Yeah, it'll be hard to see the beast because it'll be covered in smoke. The beast can't really see me because I'm covered in smoke. But it should know where I am because of the illumination, and they should know where I am because of the illumination. So just tactical advantage is what I was looking for here.
So this is to have them be able to keep up with you.
Yeah, if they wish to follow, but still like remain hidden from town, they should hopefully be able to, or get some bonus or something.
And are this grenade? Is this something you're throwing at the beast, or is this something that you're just dropping
holding it in
down?
the air and running with?
Holding it in the air, and it's just creating the smoke around you.
Imagine
it
as an extra smoky flare.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. This beast is going to get a chance to attack you here.
Of course it is.
Because it's a pretty big old monster. It's you're not outrunning it.
if it does attack and that white phosphorus actually touches it, the nozzle that's fucking shooting stuff out, it's probably going to get the burns because white phosphorus melts everything. So just
yeah,
cool,
totally. I would say that it there's 2 things I'll just say that Jules would know about these creatures is that they're highly regenerative, and they often will just buck the damaged parts off of themselves and just keep moving in a smaller form. Often that also includes just like fleeing, like if they'll just like vomit out whatever nanite bots they can, that'll like turn into a bird and just fly away so that it can regenerate itself over time. So if it gets too hurt, it'll just run. It will just run.
Okay.
Right now, it's in terms of D&D, it is bloodied. But it does have 2 attacks, so it was going to go for 2 attacks on you, which would kill you if they both hit. But only one of them will hit.
How much damage they do?
They deal 5 points of damage with their base attack.
It will take 3 to kill me.
Oh, you're a fighter. That's right.
It's like 3 points.
It'll only take 3 damage to kill me.
Yeah, I was like,
what the fuck did you do?
So, basically what you all are seeing as you're chasing after him now, kind of trying to catch up, and this woolly warhog is chasing after now a smoke flare, is you would see that smoke flare is as Jules is knocked to the side. Yeah, exactly. It would be launched to the side as this thing brings a big old swipe onto you. Ro.
Can I shoot it again?
You can.
This is bad, and I don't know what this thing is. I don't think. I just know it's a thing, and Jules is running from it. Might die.
That's true.
My hands are up. I'm moving my camera.
did you get another 20?
Another nat 20.
You're not going to fucking believe this, but Oh God, please don't. You see the
That's
dice?
No, I can
what?
see it. I can see it.
I am an honest person. Okay. Fucking hell, good God. I'm never. Dice are just being nice to me. Fucking weeks of kicking my ass, and now I'm finally having nice things. Please don't die, Jules.
Okay. I would say, for purposes of this, because of Jules's flare, you were able to shoot that off, and actually be able to hit it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see it. You wouldn't have been able to aim for it. But because of Jules's flare, you were able to shoot it. So we can get this juicy nat 20.
I appreciate you so much, Sean. Thank you.
So that would be 8 damage. You didn't say it was overloaded, did you?
No,
did you say it was overloaded? Okay.
No, I did not. I was not brave enough to risk that again.
Yeah, because he could kill you.
Actually, yeah.
If you get that nat 1. Okay. So you see another. Well, no, this one isn't overcharged. It's just a much more tame lightning bolt shooting through the air. Past the woolly warthog charging, which would give you all one last glimpse, I would say, at the beast before the dark takes over. Jules, give me a d20 roll. This is okay, great. So you're able to, even though you're kind of launched, you're able to you keep the flare. It doesn't go flying out of your hands. So you can all kind of see the vague silhouette of Jules as he's holding this flare, as he's kind of lifting himself from the ground. No one can see the nanite beast at this point. So you can see Jules. Do you all want to continue moving towards Jules?
Yeah, because I know he's heading towards the.
We're a bunch of kids that don't listen.
Yeah.
We're a bunch of kids that don't listen.
So I would say, of all of you, Benny, you would get there first with the warthog.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot tell where the nanite beast is. And it's not, like, as far as you're concerned, it's gone. Like, you don't hear it. You don't see it. There's just a small light of the flare and then darkness until you get back to the camp.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lean down off the side of it while riding and see if I can just like grab Jules and swing him up onto the hog as well.
Pumbaa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think as long as Jules offers up his arm to take it, you could definitely do that. Benny, you're strong enough to lift him up on to the hog.
Yeah, but as we do it, I'll say, as I'm, we gotta keep his attention away from that. Those people keep riding towards town.
Where is it? Where?
Can I hear it?
Right now, no.
Having some inkling over its behavior. Can I use size up, which is usually used to find vulnerabilities, weaknesses, if you need me to spend another action point to kind of use it, knowing these things from the past, be able to maybe discern some sort of behavior, if it is just like moving low, if it's turned away, or if it's fled to go get more mass.
It's likely regenerating.
All right, so it's
keeping a low profile so that it can strike again after it's regenerated a bit of itself.
How long generally does it take to do those things?
It needs to like completely flee if it wants to fully regenerate itself, but it can do micro regeneration, very quick manufacturing of more nanobots, essentially, to just bring its health back up a bit, and also to allow it to grow back to its size so it can still attack with the full force.
We're on a grassy plain, right?
Well, the closer you get to where you were heading to Tosca, you're starting to hit the roots of the mountains.
But so on my on rocky mountainy bit, or am I on like? Have I just?
You're
grassy
in
land?
hills. You're on hills.
So it's still grass.
It's still grass. Yeah.
Is it fairly dry right now, or has it been raining? What's it like?
It's. I mean, this is the first clear day. It's been raining for weeks.
Is the floor wet? Is I guess what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, it's trying to regenerate. We can't stay here. They can't keep following either. They're gonna get themselves killed.
Well, okay.
How fast are you with that jetpack?
It depends how well it's working.
Never mind then.
No, I mean, it works. What do you want?
I was gonna keep the distraction up over here, go back, get them to move away. Not straight back to the town, but away around the walls of Tosca. I'll meet you on the far side when I've broken contact.
Okay, you gonna be good with Pumbaa here?
Yeah, he might not like what I'm gonna do though.
What are you gonna do?
Don't worry
Just
about it.
ride
Get
him.
a gun.
Akuna Matata.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then, yeah, I'll just kind of like tap the warthog on the butt and be like, I thought he was gonna get me to dress up and drag and do the hula.
Yeah.
Oh, Benny, the master of pop culture. All from reading the backs of DVDs.
The best of DVDs.
There's just a
from
picture
the
of
jungle.
Timon like there doing his thing.
Yeah, doing the hula.
No, and I like to think that Benny has like a copy of one of those old Disney picture books where they just took screen captures.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got one of the goggles where you
Click, click. Yeah.
Oh,
Viewfinder! Oh my
100%.
god!
Absolutely, that's
and
canon.
then I'll just use the jetpack and launch myself back towards
as-
the others.
He's going. I'm just going to yell, clap, wave the thing around because it lasts a few seconds, and and then I'll kick Pumbaa into a trot, and I'm gonna. How long's its tail?
These things have pretty long tails, actually. They're not very thick or anything. They're very much like a warthog's tail.
Yeah. As we're moving, I'm going to pull some string/rope, and I'm gonna tie it around its tail and around the grenade, and around the flask, which will be opened, which means there's just a line of fire being dragged behind this thing. At some point, I'm going to jump off and just let it go.
Okay.
Go, Pumbaa,
This
go.
is not
Right.
what I made this flask for.
I mean, you'll find it because there'll be a
It's
roasted
because
hog
of-
at
yeah.
somewhere with it, alright?
no, the fucking NID is going to assimilate my magic flask into
I'm
its body.
so sorry. Alright, I did not expect this thing to be used this way. But you know what? You shouldn't be drinking anyway.
You 100%
kiddo.
did. 2 sessions ago, you said, "Is it flammable?" and then tested it.
Yeah, but I didn't think I was going to be using it in this particular way that's going to get
Yeah,
rid of it.
You
I feel
knew what
bad.
you were going to use it for.
Okay, so what I'd like you to do is just give me a quick D20 for that.
12.
Okay, it works as you engineer it. As you're moving up, you tie the grenade to the tail of this lovely beast and attach a ever-flowing flask of high-octane alcohol. And it exactly like you just said, it lights up immediately.
This thing's just
As
running
a
from the fire as fast
wall
as
of
it can.
fire is being a wall of fire is being created. Pumbaa is terrified of it and is fleeing it, and in his small woolly warthog brain is going, "Why is the fire chasing me? I must run fast."
Pumbaa.
As he's just running
no, it's gone from
uphill
Lion
towards
King to Lion
Tosca
King
because
2.
there's a fire behind him. He's not going to go back down. Jules, you're hopping off at this point to try to.
I'll probably go a few hundred meters, and as soon as there's a
Okay.
bit of cover anywhere, which I can pretty much dive into, I'm going to do that.
Mhm.
I'm going to try to keep it from like, I'll get it to go up the hill and then I'll turn it slightly away so it's running like parallel with the walls, so that
Okay.
I'm not going to just get caught by this beast at some point. And hopefully all the fire will alert things and maybe even draw some guards out of town. That'd be nice.
That would be nice.
Oh, it's very, very easily going to draw guards out of town as you see lights turn on, as they're just sort of all like, "What the fuck is that?" As a woolly warthog is running across the snowy, the start of the mountain, and just a firewall is chasing behind it.
We try and sneak in around like we
I wanted to ask. Yeah.
Benny doubled back
Benny
with the jetpack.
rejoins you guys. Yes.
Yep. And then is there I mean, I would know this because I've lived there, but well, I guess we all have lived there. Is there like a back entrance that we could, like, while everybody's running towards the fire, we can slip in the back?
I mean, you could just generally try to slip in through the gates as they're opening up.
Okay. Let's do it. Slip right in.
Do you have anything in particular you want to use?
Yes,
to help with
yes,
that?
yes, I do. Yes, I have Shroud is an ability. I would like to summon, like, see if I can, remembering the conversation earlier back in the tent, see if I can just like focus and summon a little bit of my mother's magic and see if that's a thing, and then just kind of like create this like invisibility cloak dome thing that, if just to kind of like hide us as we slip into the gates.
So this is an ability, so it's going to work.
Okay,
but it's magic.
It's 3 AP. So I need to use those, right?
Okay. You need to use 3 AP. It's going to work.
Yep. Okay.
But it's magic. So I need you to roll me a d20.
Oh.
First use of magic, actually, in the game, for the most part.
15?
15, okay. Does not... There's no wild surge, one might say.
That's what I thought it was.
You are able to... It's your mother's magic was like divination, and you try to channel this as sort of like, you're not really sure how to access it, but you think about your mother. You think about what Darwin said to you. You think about when your mother would wake up from these nightmares that were these prescient images, and you'd have to take care of her in those moments. You remember she'd be very weak after it. And there's just sort of the desperation kicks in. This is an opportunity and you have one chance to move in. And suddenly the magic flows into your hand, and you can see kind of that same jade color as the little dust devils that were sent up by Darwin. Almost like your proximity even to the heart core almost maybe helped tap into this. And suddenly you're looking at each other. You're not invisible, but they can't see you. You are, through divination means blocking their brains from seeing you in this moment.
Go. Go.
I wanted to ask if my creaking brace was going to make this a problem, because I didn't roll very well on constructing it. So
not this particular spot because of Circe's magic here. Without that, it would have. But because because she's using 3 action points, it's able to completely shroud you all from detection. So like their brains, like as far as they're concerned, they don't see anything there. As you guys pass through, it's only going to last for a moment though, so you are going to have to try to get in and quickly, blend in.
My question is, where was my dad's tinkering shop in relation to the city?
It was in the outer ring, so it'd be in the kind of outer ring is where you would be entering into right now from the gates.
I'll lean over to Saoirse, because I imagine I know my home, and provided that place hasn't been taken by anyone, which I can't imagine they would have used the building afterwards if this is the state Tosca is in. I'm gonna lean over to you and say, "Shop is close. We need a place to lay low. We can lay low there. Place was in ruins."
Part of me just wants to run right to the keep, but
No, we shouldn't do that without Jules.
And it's at the walls.
just go lead the way.
Okay. But I'll ask to lean on you because my leg hurts. I have a broken kneecap. Leave me alone.
Easily enough, you can get to your father's shop. From this point, the guards are thoroughly distracted by a trying to calm this woolly warthog down as it's dragging fire everywhere and setting ablaze things they don't want to blaze. Figuring out how the fuck do we get this to stop? Like, there's just a mad.
What do we do about this?
I imagine there's a bunch of people getting gored as well because, like, big pigs are horrible.
It's truly like an ideal circumstance to be happening for you all, as this pig is knocking guards out, and they need to call as many people as possible to try to stop this, and they don't know how to stop it. You couldn't ask for a better distraction.
Well, my question is, did my house have any sort of like emergency back door that Dad wouldn't be like, now in case of a fire, go out this door?
Yeah, there would have been. You would have had that. Your father was obsessed with safety, so he would have definitely had that.
First.
Oh,
but before we get there, though, Jules, you've hopped into kind of a small spot of cover behind some, I imagine, just a cluster of rocks and weak trees. What are you doing now?
I'm going to, if there's a way to easily slip in through a gate, I'll do that. Otherwise, I will try to rack my brain for any passages into town that Viren might not have known about and station guards at. So depends what I'm seeing.
So you're looking for passages that can lead into. I'm sorry, say that again. I was looking at Discord.
That's right. Either if there's just an easy way to walk through an open gate because no one's looking, I'll do that. If there's not that specific scenario, I'll try to find a passage that Viren didn't know about, if there was one, because he did live here for a long time. He was there as we built the place. He's probably going to know about 90% of passages.
I would say truthfully, you could at this point do either. I would say if you're looking for a passage would be better, though, because if you walk in through the gate, there's still the gate that leads to the keep. So like a passage that leads to the keep would be a better option. And I would say if Viren was gone for a while and how paranoid you are, I'm sure you would have had your people construct more passages.
Okay.
I think you could definitely get to the keep.
I'll head to the keep through a passage.
Okay. I need you to roll me a d20 for this.
6.
Tough choice. So, your choices are: you make it to the passage, but it's blocked and collapsed. You know where other passages are, but you know that Viren knows about those ones. Option 2, the passage is not blocked. You have very distinct sounds of the nanite beast nearby.
I'm quite a ways away from the others, right?
At this point, because they went inside and they started moving their way to the shop,
we went other ways around this town,
you
right?
completely went different directions.
It's blocked, and for time's sake, it's probably going to take longer to move down that passage, if because I'm going to have to go around, find it, get in, and then travel through this passage, which sounds like it's most likely going to be guarded, or I could just get in through the front gate and then just make a very quickly towards the keep. You know.
Yeah, I suppose you could forego the tough choices and just go back to where the gate is.
Theoretically, it is a tough choice, right? It's either the passage is guarded or the gate is kind of guarded, right? It's the same.
Yeah, and then there's the third option, which is the gate. The passage is open, but there's a beast nearby that can stalk you.
Would you be okay with that? The only reason I'm choosing that is because of time constraints of getting to the keep.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing though is because the wall that you guys are traversing or going through is the wall to the bailey of the Mountain Bailey. You would still need to get through the gate in the wall to the bot, get to the keep, unless you use a secret passage. That's why I mentioned it that way.
Okay, I'll take the passage. I'll take the passage.
Nanite Beast passage or the guarded passage?
Guarded passage.
Guarded passage. Okay.
He's reckless, not suicidal.
True. Yeah, because even in this Nanite Beast's slightly regenerated form, it would be soloing. It wouldn't work. It would kill you.
May I use another ability?
Sure.
I have an ability called Speak, and it's where I can speak silently into the mind of a nearby creature. Would we count Jules nearby enough that I can?
No, he's not nearby.
Frick.
Nearby would be like within eyesight.
Okay.
Think message, like within 100 feet kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not sending, unfortunately.
Would you be panicking that Jules isn't there?
Probably.
It would take a while.
So, where is it? I can sense when my partner's in danger, no matter how far separated they are. So if she starts feeling like panicky, I'd pick up on it at least a little bit.
Yeah, it would be like a combination of panic that we're separated, that like we're home, and that we're so close to the keep, and just
how many action points do you have left?
6.
Do you want to spend some to be able to use speak to him?
Yeah, how many do you need?
I would say to traverse the distance and the fact that you can't really spot them. You have 6. I would say this is how I'll put it. You spend 1. You can send him a message, but he can't respond. Spend 3, he can respond and talk with. So either spend less and it's a one-way conversation, spend more, it's a two-way conversation.
No,
so
I want
1 to send him a message, 3 for a full conversation.
Yeah, we're gonna use 3 because I want a response.
Okay. So this would be Jules, this would be while you were moving slowly through that tunnel that you presume is probably guarded.
Yeah, so I'll Benny and I'm Saoirse, you're Ro. Benny and Ro, you would hear or you would see Saoirse kind of just like drop to, or I would just drop to my knees for a second and kind of just clutching the sides of my head, and then Jules, you'd hear in your mind, "Where are you?"
Making my way into the city. Stay safe. I'll add to that. How many words? Is it like a word limit, or is it just say what you want to say?
No word limit. It's just a mental connection because she spent 3 AP. It's just a mental connection you have for, I'll say, like the next minute, basically.
Go to my old house under the floorboards, where my bed was. There's things you might find useful.
Are you going to the keep?
I'll find you soon.
That's a fucking yes.
I'm proud of you. I'll talk soon. Love you, kiddo. And then I won't respond. Is there anything else?
You dick. How dare you?
So
Okay.
Saoirse, okay?
No, I'm not okay. Jules is going into the keep. He's leaving us behind. He's going into this. I'm going. Are you coming with me? Bye. And I just go. I'm going. I'm
Are
going.
you
I'm
gonna
going.
go to his house first, where you
No.
have to go find resources. Okay.
No.
I look at my home, and I look at Benny, and I look at Saoirse, and I look fucking lost.
Listen, we came here to get this place back, and we're gonna get it back proper. We're gonna do it right now.
If I look inside the window of my house, does it look like anyone's been in there and at all?
It's fairly abandoned. It looks like it's been so almost like the neighbors were like, oh, we don't. Aiden died in there. We don't really.
I put my elbow through the window, the glass panes of the window.
Hey, that's the spirit.
And climb in. I'm not looking around looking for a secret key. I'm going. This is my fucking house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can easily get in with breaking a window like that.
Mm-hmm. And I want to pick up as much scrap as my scrawny little arms can carry. If there's anything in here, if there is any scrapped old scrap that just wasn't taken, like shit that they thought was not useful, I scoop what I can up. I look at Benny. Mm-hmm. I ask for help.
There's plenty of scrap.
She's a fucking idiot. She's gonna need help. Someone here needs to be smart.
Yep. What? Okay, but load me up, I guess.
Trust me, I have an idea. It's a dumb one, but it might work.
Okay.
Right, so which of us is being smart then? Oh boy.
Let's hope it's me. And my intention is to collect some scrap that I can use to make some very makeshift weaponry. Just
what kind of weaponry are you into making?
Bludgeoning weapons, of course.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking for some shit I can bolt together. So we're gonna need some shit to swing. I'm gonna need some shit to swing.
Hey, you know what you find?
Do I find the original thing I broke?
You find that original freaking lead pipe with some dried blood still in it.
Some kneecap pieces.
Some kneecap pieces and bone fragments.
Could I do, as I'm doing this, just one cursory step? Is there anything that might be immediately useful? I don't know, rope, wires.
Anything that would be. I mean, like generally, there's like scrap there. There's probably some loose rope, but all of it's going to be very loose stuff because they poured over this place once.
Yeah, no, fuck you, Viren. Yeah, no, I pick up the pipe. I pick up a shit ton of scrap to start working into bludgeoning weapons of some kind. I'm like, all right, let's go after her. She's going in there with just a fucking bow. She's not going to last 2 seconds.
Yeah, we should bring all this garbage to back her up.
You see me like tightening one into a club, and I'm like, excuse me.
Yeah, I didn't say anything. Let's do it.
Okay. So the two of you.
Your hammer started off as garbage, Benny.
now that Ro has a lead pipe, and I assume she kind of limps over, and Benny kind of lifts her up a little bit, and they go out to chase after Saoirse.
Yep, just screwing things together in my lap as we run.
Saoirse, you would be running towards the keep, I imagine. So you're running in the because it's just a roundabout that leads, and then eventually there's a gatehouse that leads up to the keep that has steps that lead up to it because it's ascended above. You remember, you can see the whole city from below. You would rush forward, and you basically would reach the end of the street, and you would look, and you would see that there's the gates closed, and there's 2 guards out front. What do you do? Benny and Ro are going to be right behind you soon.
I have an ability called Stalk. Can we twist it to say that I would target them as my prey, but instead of setting up an ambush, I'm trying to sneak around to, like, is the wall scalable?
Well, the way the Mott and Bailey structure works is there's a gap between the wall of this area and the keep itself. You would, and it's not exactly. The walls here are made up of barbed wire and scrap. It would be pretty risky to climb.
All right. So then I'm just going to stop running.
Mm-hmm.
Going to straighten out my scarf, put the bow away, walk right up to them and say, "I'd like to see my uncle, please."
Oh my dear God, Saoirse.
Well, I'd say with the time it took you to kind of sit there and get yourself situated to do that, Benny and Ro, you wouldn't catch her before she steps out into the open. You would just sort of get there right as she steps out into the open. The two guards would look at you. You know, they're not guards like Jules. These are thugs.
Goons.
Like these are his goons, as I keep calling them.
Yeah.
For lack of a better term. You see, like, one is just like really tall woman who has just sort of like this kind of like your leather jacket. She's got a leather jacket on, with her own lead pipe. And the other guy,
I'll fucking fight her. Fuck her.
is a little scrawnier, but he's holding a gun. Basically, he's not holding a numinosium gun. He's holding a
gun.
Basically what can equate to a sawed-off shotgun.
Okay.
And as you say that,
Interesting.
she kind of cocks her head at you, and he starts snickering. As he's just like, yeah, right. I'm Owen Lachlan, and she's fucking Aisling. Yeah. Good joke. Who the fuck are you?
Oof.
I punch him.
Go for an attack.
5.
Benny, I think we have to help her.
Nah, I think she got it.
5. Okay. You go to punch him in the face, and the tall, stronger woman just catches your hand and then squeezes it and twists your arm over and kind of pulls it, and then she goes, "Who the fuck are you?"
I told you. I'd like to see my uncle. I think you know who I am.
She kicks the back of your leg to knock you down, and then he kind of immediately stops snickering. He's just like, and he just holds the shotgun up to you, and
I was
Ro
wrong.
and
Definitely.
Ro and Benny didn't see this happen.
Well, no. Here's the thing. I have a thing called sneak attack, and I can make a quick attack when a foe is distracted. I think it's safe to say they're distracted. Can I shoot the guy with the gun?
Yes, you can. Go ahead and roll me an attack roll. Do you want to overload this or just?
If I overload it, Betty might get hurt too. I feel like so.
He might.
You know, fuck it. Why not? We'll overload it. You know, that was a 15. That could have been horrible. It teetered on a 2.
Sorry. That
1 to 11 is double damage. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just balancing a lot right now.
Sorry. Take your time.
double damage. So that's 8 damage, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would have, if I could have chosen where I was aiming, I would have been aiming for the guy's hand to make him drop the gun.
Oh, don't worry. This guy's a minion. He's dead. This guy is no, you shoot him. He's this is not jump you. This is like the Ro, this is your first time killing a person. As you shoot this guy, like everyone else you've shot this with has been a monster or it's missed and hurt you. So this is the first time it's worked on a person, and it just cuts through the chest, and it's exactly the same kind of wound that would have been made to your father when he was killed, and he just falls backwards. She immediately, the guard with him, just immediately looks over into where this came from, shocked. Benny and Saoirse, you both have a moment here with this person's distracted where you could attack.
Can I try? I don't technically have an ability for this, but to try to summon my mother's magic and try and like call lightning, essentially.
That's a little much, I would say, for a very small latent magic that you're just recently discovered. Unless you had like a bunch of AP to spend, maybe. And also your mother's magic was divination magic, not
okay. So then
elemental magic.
So too much. Walk it back. Can I actually? Nope, I don't have that ability. So then can I just like reach out and grab her hand, like she grabbed mine, and just try to like shock her or something?
Shock her with magic?
Mm-hmm.
You can give me a d20 roll for it.
It's a 5.
Yeah, so basically exactly what happens is you grab her hand and you kind of go like this. And you realize it's not how your mother's magic worked in that moment. But Benny, you have an opportunity to do something.
Benny's kind of like walking forward, looking back at Ro and looking at this scene in front of him. Arms full of garbage.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And he's just gonna come forward and
just
say,
drop
hey,
it on
you
her.
probably don't know me. Maybe you remember me. Hold on, and I'm just gonna drop all the garbage on the ground, and then be like, I think all of this is like a big misunderstanding. I think it's probably pretty. This probably looks pretty bad. I mean, we put a big hole in your friend, and then I'm gonna like when I go to point at him, I'm gonna use Lawbringer to just put like my hammer just like magnetizes to my hand. And I'm just gonna swing the hammer at her.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah, dude. I love it.
Just like Thor. Oh my god, happy birthday, Sean! It's after midnight!
Happy
birthday to you!
Well, it's all gonna be
Happy birthday
to you!
Happy birthday!
Dear Sean! Fucking Sean is like, we're all gonna do this and she doesn't even join!
You're like, I'll wait 3 seconds to make sure this is the most discordant happy birthday anyone's ever had.
Happy birthday, Sean.
I apologize for that catastrophe. Happy birthday.
We're all gonna pop out of a cake and kill your bad guys.
In our underwear.
That's what you
Mike,
should
that
have
was
done.
I should have
so
taken
cool.
The cakes.
I could have taken a skill in baking.
Like, that was so cool with that hammer. Like, that, just such a cool visual. Just right to your hand.
What was your attack roll, Mike?
The attack roll is a 10.
Okay, and what was the actual ability you used? Is it just to call your hammer, or does it have an actual another feature to it?
It makes my hammer do 3 damage instead of 2, and so like
cool.
basically like instant activates the hammer. So when it
Nice.
magnetizes to my hand, it lights up just like it did before and starts crackling with that energy.
Oh yeah, excellent. So this would be 10 would be a difficult choice. Basically, one of two things: your weapon deals half damage, It still strikes them, or the weapon deals full damage, but they're going to get a quick counterattack on you.
I'll take the counterattack.
Cool. And how much
Then it
damage does
can
it deal
take-
total?
3. Or I guess
3 total?
I activated the Fiery Avenger, and I don't think it turns off unless I roll a failure or worse. So that gives it an extra +1. I don't know if that would still be on.
So is that 4? I would say
That
yeah.
would be 4. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So they rolled a 2, so they do not hit you with their counterattack. And they're a minion, so 4 is enough to knock her out or kill her. Your choice, I'd say.
I think,
Right,
yeah, you
imagine
said
that.
that there's like a gap in between the wall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I just send her down there.
Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. You come in, and seriously, you just like grabbed her arm and just went, and nothing happened, and she just gives this like like she for a second believed something was gonna happen because a freaking
Yeah.
bolt of radiant lightning just killed her friend. But then she's just sort of like sees nothing coming out of your fingers, and she just smirks as she pulls a knife out, and then suddenly just. She gets
Baseball bat.
yeeted by his hammer into the gap ahead, and yeah, you've taken out these 2 guards.
Would I be able
kind
to
of reach down.
grab? Oh, go ahead.
I
Yeah,
would
Chuck.
it would just reach down and for Saoirse, help her up and just kind of say that was a good practice round, and you're gonna nail it on the next one.
Thank you.
I-
And thank you.
I go up and
Seriously.
grab your fucking shoulders. The hell is wrong with you?
I look, even though like my brain is swirling right now. I look at you, purple eyes wide open, and just say as calmly as I can, I have to do this. And I
Yes,
just-
I get no, you're not moving. You're gonna fucking listen to me, Saoirse. You are being a fucking idiot. Look at you. You're running in here but without a fucking plan. We just have to run after you, grabbing whatever I fucking could on the way. What the hell are we doing? Where is Jules? Why are we running to the keep? Tell me what's going on. I'll follow you, but tell me what's going on.
That was a lot.
I'm sorry.
No.
She's
Okay.
as she's shaking you in this moment, Saoirse, you're kind of like everything kind of comes off of you. You drop your bow and all of this, the bag you had with you, and a little cardstock, little piece of paper falls out of your bow and arrow satchel where it's kept.
Hold on a second. Read it.
Novo, what does it say?
Oh, you want me to read it? I thought you was gonna read it.
It's from you.
It is from me. It says, Saoirse, I am so sorry that I couldn't do better for you. That I left you feeling like a child when you are a grown woman with your own mind and goals. I spent so long trying to protect you that I forgot to keep you safe. Let you be your own person. I promised your parents as your godfather that I'd always look after you. I failed them and seemingly have failed you. So my daughter died, I had nothing. Watching you grow up and teaching you the skills you need to survive in a harsh world has given you new life. I'm so very proud of you. I never wanted to see you hurt, but no parent, blood or otherwise, can live and not see their children hurt in some way. If I don't survive the day in my old home under the floorboards where my bed used to be as a gift for you, I meant to present it to you on the day you reached adulthood. You should find it as soon as possible. There's a lot of things there that you may find useful. Your father helped me work on it. For years, giving me money and time. I hope you like it. I'm sorry for what I have to do. Hopefully one day you'll forgive me. I love you. Jules.
And Benny and Ro, you would see, even though Saoirse looked shaken by what Ro was shouting at her, she just kind of paused as Mo.
I think I would, after reading it, I would look up at Ro and just tears after reading that, and I'm sorry. Sorry. I have a place we can go that's not here. Come on. Come on.
Kind of look at Benny, look at Saoirse, and say, okay, let's go.
And then I would go to lead them to Jules's place.
Sure. While you're heading there, Julius.
Yeah. I'm wondering if any sound came out when I spoke then. I can't remember if I unmuted or muted or whatever. Anyways, continue. I'll figure it out later.
You're good. You're good. I just listened. You're good.
Cool.
You're heading through this tunnel that and you know that you're approaching where it enters into the keep itself. You know, there's most likely guards potentially in that space. What would you like to do?
Knowing that I felt Saoirse in danger,
Mm-hmm.
and I have 12 points left, I'm going to use 7 of them as I find the first guard to activate Limit Break, where I can single-handedly kill every minion that I come across.
Okay.
As I'm just going to cut my way to Viren, because I don't want her to have to live with the guilt of killing a family member. This only says I can kill things that are what does it say?
Minions. It's a
minions,
particular monster
yeah.
status.
I'm just saying it says nearby minions, so I don't know how long that'll last me until I.
Do you mind if I take a little bit of narrative control there?
Sure, I'll be just wielding my my swords, one of my long sword mostly, to cut things down, and then as I get closer to the heart of it, where Viren's got his more adept bodyguards, that's when the pistol comes out and I start just taking them down.
Okay. So you are very capable and efficient as you move in from the hidden doorway that leads out into the keep. 2 guards right outside of it. They're done. Come out, too fast for them. You take them down quietly. You start to move through the kind of dim light of the keep, taking out just a lot of guards as you're going through, just sort of tactfully. It's at least in the beginning of this infiltration, it's stealth kills basically, until you reach a point when they notice you and can hear you, see you, and more guards or more thugs come after you, until you would eventually get to the hall itself, having taken out a large swath of the minions between the hall. When you get to the hall, some more come at you, and that's when you would have to start taking out your pistol. They all stop, though, after the first shot, and a man falls dead. And you see up at the dais of this area. Probably the thing that takes you aback right away is the 2 sarcophagi that are in the center of the room, made of marble stone, represent Aisling and Owen. As Viren would turn around to look to you. Elena, the bodyguard there's probably 4 guards surrounding you right now that are I'd say they're just a little bit better than minion. They're not, it wouldn't take you much to take them out. It's just that they're surrounding you right now. Well, look what the cat dragged in. An old dog.
I'm probably just panting because I am old. This would be hard for me.
Yeah.
Just glaring at him.
And then you would be glaring at him and you would hear the sound of the second nanite beast crawls out from a hallway nearby. Is it worth it, dog? Your life?
Take a breath. You never understood family. You're my baby brother as much as we're his. And I won't let any more family get hurt because of what you have done.
Oh, well, you've made your choice a long time ago.
You made it
brother.
for us. I tried. I sat there. I pleaded your case. I tried to help you, show you how this could be done. We don't have to fight. It could have been.
You suddenly hear a loud ringing noise in your ears. As the nanite beast comes right at you.
Can I use... I have 5 points left.
Mm-hmm.
There's one here called for under limit break, where you mark an enemy beginning a relentless assault on them. I'm automatically successful on 3 basic attacks. You may continue making base attacks on them until you roll lower than a success.
So it's an auto success on 3 attacks, and then
Yeah.
you keep rolling until you fail.
Yeah. Usually, the ability Wild Attack doesn't actually have a ability point cost.
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to ask, could I have it when I start actually rolling? Can I put that on top as I kind of get more and more into the frenzy, but use my last action point? Because they're meant to be basic attacks, and Wild Attack is obviously not a basic attack. Trying to, in just this like fury, take down an nanite beast solo, I'm probably going to die. It'll get a lot, even if I hit it, it's going to get a lot of counterattacks on me.
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Okay. So I'm going to pour the last Veniacal I have down my sword, which is probably going to get on me a bit, so I'm going up in flames in a second anyway, because I know this thing isn't great with energy. And I'm just going to, between fire and blade, just hack at it. So 3 automatic successes. So however much that does. And then I start...
How much is your attack damage?
It's basic for a longsword, which you never actually ended up telling me. It was like it's a couple, like 2 or 3 or something.
It's 2. It's 2.
Cool.
And does wild attack, does that add damage to it?
If you're including all of them, then it'll be I roll, and it will deal double damage. But if they're automatic successes, they're automatically just double damaged. So it'd be
Okay, so
4,
then that would
8,
be 12.
And then I start rolling.
Okay,
Oh
go
God,
ahead.
wish me luck. So that's an 11, so another double damage. That's a 6, deal double damage. I hit, but they counterattack me, so I'm about to get punched by Nanite.
So you rolled a 6, so they get a counterattack.
Yep, immediate counterattack on me.
Lucky you, the first one misses.
At 20, so quadruple damage. So 8 more damage.
Okay.
Okay. Another 6. Double damage, they counterattack.
Misses.
Oh, for fuck's sake, okay.
Lucking out on these rolls. The fates are in
19,
your...
double damage.
Okay.
6 again. What's with the 6s? Double damage counterattacked.
This one does hit you.
Okay, so it's 5, take 1, so I'm now down at 2 HP from the day.
Yep.
9, so double damage again, but it does hit me.
Get a counterattack.
Oh, it does counterattack, yeah.
Have any last words?
I'm hoping that she'll hear me through the bond and the, even though it was a minute a long time ago, the speak. I'm going to shatter whatever alcohol this has on the floor to make a big fire, step in and go crazy as I die on it, and just say, sorry, princess, couldn't do it.
Would you like to use your heroic death to finish the nanite beast off? So basically, there's a chance you can still live past this. You just need to make your death roll. You opt for the heroic death. You do not get that opportunity. For those at home, this is a homebrew roll request that because it's very hard to die in Quest, actually, mechanically. So you want to give folks an opportunity for a more heroic death if they wish.
I feel like the damage I've done to this thing is going to take like a week or so to actually get its mass back anyway, so I've kind of taken it.
So the actual way I
right?
do heroic death is actually just like whatever you do next, you succeed at. So if there's something else you want to do, you could also do that. Whatever you do in your death throw, the last thing you do is going to succeed.
You could just draw the gun and shoot Viren.
Do it.
Good.
Make things easier on your daughter.
Yeah, I will. Can I draw the gun? Since I'm wild attacking anyway, can I just put a round straight through his forehead?
I will say,
I don't
because
might end up off the side, but
no, I know. I'm just saying, like the base gun damage that we've established wouldn't kill him with an auto hit.
Yeah.
So it's not going to kill him. Unless, I mean, you can do a roll. I mean, I guess I would say let's do a roll to see if there's a crit. It's definitely going to hit him, so he's going to deal 5 damage to him.
It's a 20.
No.
Sean. It's a 20, Sean.
Is it
Quadruple
really?
Damage.
Oh my god, show your camera.
Where's my sure. Oh, my everything's a mess. Whoop. It's too
Oh
reflective.
my god.
Can we see it? There it
No,
is.
I see it though. That's a 20.
That's why I put my hands up immediately so you could see that. I was
Yeah.
like, nope.
No, I
Nothing
get
to
that.
fuck
I did
with.
the same thing. That's a 20 though. That's 20.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Susha, I took your kill.
Fucking died with it. You dick. Someone needs to articulate Shannon right now. I will be the interpreter.
That's 20 points of damage if you're okay with it.
I'm not entirely, to be honest, with
No,
you
neither am
getting
I.
this much wild attack, because we're so far beyond mechanically what should be happening here with how you're using your abilities here that I'm going to veto this shot killing him.
Let's take it back. I'm on fire being eaten by nanite beast. Instead of heroic death, I'll just pass out. How about that?
Okay.
Because
I'm just I don't want to yuck your yum here with what is a nat 20 here, but
can we take the nat 20 as I survive and don't just like die?
I will say you have a just to make this a little easier, a little bit more interesting. I'll give you a narrative choice here. Because the thing that I don't think would I'm okay with here is you still having wild attack after you fall deeply under, where you're that's the only part that I chafe against here. I don't mind you getting the crit here because it would severely damage him. It wouldn't kill him though as a boss character, but just the wild attack thing is where I'm chafing a little here. So I say you can choose to just have gone through, taken the full damage, or you're on your death roll, or you can choose to have undergone the heroic death thing and still get the crit and still deal all that damage. It's not going to be a wild attack damage.
I'll do the heroic death then. I'll do the crit. I'll hit him somewhere vital. Maybe blow his gun up on his hip or something. I don't know. I'll let you decide.
So, I mean, what I'm going to say is he's dying. Like, he's in his he's bleeding out. Like, with what you shoot is not something that he's going to be recovering from anytime soon. It's just you're not dealing 20 damage right now.
Yeah, that's fair. That is completely fair. All right. Yeah, I'll pretty much just like try to step through the nanite beast, and get a clear shot on him and pull the trigger.
Okay. I basically the entire encounter of this is painfully long for you. Feels painfully long as the fight is like a wrestling match for those watching, of you being tossed and turned, kind of like the bear killing Leo in The Revenant. The way that it's just sort of like pouncing down on you, and there's a point when it just has like this heavy claw on the top of your head pushing down on it, and you are just sort of slowly getting your arm out to get the shot off, as Viren is just watching as he his theatrical extra self does, looking down, thinking himself invincible. But you get that shot off, and it cuts right through the side of his neck, and he immediately grabs up at his throat as blood starts gushing out all over the place. He will die unless he gets immediate, like, complete medical help, which is scarce in Tosca. But he is still alive. For now, as your eyes go dark, and Saoirse, you feel that connection disappear.
Did we make it to his house, or did this happen on the way to his house?
You made it to his house.
Okay.
Shadow realm.
Oh no, the napkin. No.
I think we would have made it to his house. I would have found the floorboard, and as I'm picking up the floorboard, that's when I'll feel it, and I will just scream. I'm not gonna do it, but scream.
What's wrong? What's happening?
What happened?
Joseph's dead. Joseph's dead.
Ro will like let her back hit against a nearby wall and like just like what Mike's doing, just like no, he has to.
He's dead. Aaron kills him. I'm going to kill him. And without even looking what's in the
What's
not even looking what's in the floorboard, I am blind rage out the door. Going back.
Is there any way I can try and stop her? I understand I am crippled and Saoirse is stronger than me. But someone needs to be a voice of reason here.
I mean, you could try. You could certainly.
I would like to try.
Go ahead and give me a d20 roll.
Sorry, Shannon.
Shannon, you can give me a d20 to roll as well.
It's 12.
It was a 19 and then it rolled to a 1.
Okay. I'd say you are able to momentarily stop her and like kind of pull her around to be facing each other.
I hug her.
I think Benny would also, like, if Benny saw Ro going for Saoirse at that point, he would also just kind of put his hand on her shoulder.
I just hug you.
It seems like I melt into it for a second. And I'll roll for it if I need to, but I want to push them both away and just say, he's dead.
Yes, and I get that. I know exactly what you're feeling, Saoirse. Don't you dare talk to me like I don't. But you were about to do something reckless, and he didn't die for you to do something stupid.
Did you lose?
Now look at that fucking floorboard. Now.
Did you lose 2 fathers?
I only had one parent, Saoirse. I had one person. Then I had to be a parent. I had to look after Benny the last fucking 10 years. I'm not looking after 2 reckless people. Now look in the fucking floorboard. He sent you here for a reason. We'll take care of him. Sure, we'll kill Viren. I'd love to see that man dead, but you're not going to do something stupid. Your fathers didn't die for that. My father died for that.
Fine. And I will go tear up the floorboard.
Okay. Inside the floorboard, you find a bow, carved immaculately, perfectly, etched with little pictures in it, like someone painstakingly, like pictures of your family, not like likenesses, but a picture of the family, and nestled in the hardwood of the bow at the top, right where kind of like nestled close to where the arrow would sit, is a heart core. A red, vibrant heart core. You can see kind of like these radiating, almost like lightning bolts, almost like if you put a charge through wood and it burns, these snake-like lines is burning through the top of the heart core there.
That's very cool. Get out of my way.
What is the plan? I'm coming with you. So is Benny. But we're not running in there without having a plan. You've seen what they've got out there, Saoirse.
We're going to the keep. And we're killing Viren.
How?
That's the plan. With this.
Sean, do I remember the passage me and Benny came out of the keep from? Do I remember roughly where that is? It was only the most traumatic night of my life, so
Yeah, I'd say you'd have a good memory of where that is.
I know a way in. One that's hidden and not going through the front door, Saoirse.
And show me.
Come on. This is the way your mom got me and Benny out. She took us back to the keep that night. And they came for Benny. Aisling got us both out. I remember where the opening was.
Yeah. We all can easily... There's still chaos outside. Fires burning.
I'm just gonna hope the chaos covers our chaos.
Yes. It does. Almost like the city is going into the same chaos it was in originally, and you guys fled it that night. You're able to enter into the secret passage. It's still there.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
So I took an ability for creating poisons. Would I have any on me right now?
If you have an ability that would allow you to do that, yes, I would say yes. You can make that.
I will, for honor, remove an action point to use this ability. Because I would like to hand Saoirse a vial. For your bolts. Some weird plants, mushrooms growing out. We spent a few years out in the woods, so I learned what was poisonous and what wasn't. I don't know how effective it's going to be with that thing on your bow, as I'm like gesturing to the heart core.
Mm-hmm.
But it'll burn off if I use it on my bullets. Just dip your arrowheads in it.
Thank you.
Got your back, Saoirse. I'll clear a path. You take the head off the snake.
I can stay behind and give cover fire.
As you all are,
close to anything.
Yeah, but you got that pipe just in case. As you guys approach the tunnel that leads up there and get ready, you would hear those sounds of like metal against metal, a loud like from straight up, as you would be able to look up and see like lights turning on the tower above the keep, and the ships are like starting to activate.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Not important right now.
Wait to find out.
You don't think maybe Viren's up there?
I just keep walking.
I mean, come on, Jill. If Jill's got to the keep and Viren killed him, Viren's probably trying to do something.
Well, then let's stop him.
So, as you're heading up, the path is clear. Any guards were either taken out by Jules or are busy with putting out a flaming warthog. You reach the top. You enter into the quiet chambers of the keep.
Have my gun drawn?
You have your gun drawn?
I want to just say I have got that drawn. I'm by no means trained in any way, but I have a gun.
You, I imagine you would head straight to the hall.
Mm-hmm.
You would step into the hall, like the vestibule of the hall, that same area you were in when you first came here and tried to save your parents, where you rushed in and got grabbed by that guy. From the place you are, I imagine sneaking around in, you can see into the hall Helena, the bodyguard of Viren, the plain-faced man, and a weakened nanite beast pacing back and forth. What do you do?
Can I
Just
take
gonna-
care of that one? And I pointed, I like gestured to Benny and I pointed the plain faced man. Just like, do you mind if I'm the one who takes care of that one?
I'll be my guest. I gave him what for already. I got mine. Which
Oh,
one
he
you want,
fucked.
Saoirse?
I'll take the beast.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I got a bone to pick with you. And yeah, I think immediately Benny, like a thrumming energy moves over him. I'm just going to cast Shield on myself so it absorbs the next 3 damage I take. As he has the hammer thrums into power as that energy moves over his body, and he just starts walking right for the bodyguard.
I love it. All right. So I'm gonna say that since Ro and Saoirse both have ranged attacks, you can get an attack off at the start of this. Go for your attacks on your specific targets. Jules
Nice.
fucked this nanite beast up. It is significantly weaker than it would have been.
Of course it is.
13.
No hit. You're shooting your new bow.
Yeah, I'm shooting my new bow.
Okay. Do you want to use so it
I only have 3 action points left. I'll burn
all right, so
them
you may
all if
wanna
I have
save
to.
those. Okay. Oh, okay. So if you okay, so this bow deals 3 points of normal piercing damage and then 3 points of magic damage, basically. I'd say if you want, you can overload this similar to Rose weapon. It's gonna cost you those 3 action points though.
That's fine.
All right, so go ahead and give me a d20 roll.
Did Saoirse's turn to nat 20?
It's a natural 20.
Way, what is going on?
It's a natural 20.
No!
I know.
Shit you not. I shit you not.
It's
It's always for the finales. It's always for the finales. We just saved all our good rolls for today.
Okay. All right. Well, let's conclude everyone's rolls before we get into the narrative aspect of that. Ro, go ahead and give your attack. Do you have action points to overload if you want?
I do, but I don't want to overload yet because I kind of
Okay.
specifically want to shoot the guy's other knee.
Okay.
Bitch! Fuck you! 16?
Yeah, absolutely. That works. That hits. So what is it? Well, I forgot how much damage it deals. 4?
4 damage. 4 damage.
Right. All right.
Can I just like yell, that's for my fucking leg?
Absolutely. So Benny, as you're kind of walking forward, I imagine doing a nice little crack at the neck with the hammer, ready to come at Helena, and you see she kind of like turns back at you and she smirks. She recognizes you. Saoirse, so with a nat 20 and overloading it, that deals quadruple damage.
I also have an ability called Deadeye. When you roll a triumph on a ranged attack, you can neutralize an enemy's body part.
So you're not going to need to,
Okay.
because that's 24 points of damage.
Okay.
And Jules had dealt 32 damage to this thing. What does it look like when you absolutely obliterate this nanite beast?
Holy shit. Saoirse, hell yeah!
I will take one of the arrows and I will dip it in the poison that Ro gave me.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'll do 2. No, 3, because I used 3 action points. I'm going to dip 3 in there. I'm going to load up 3 at the same time. And I'm going to steady aim and just say, "This is for my fucking family," and let it fly.
Those 3 arrows fire out in midair. They burn away and turn into fully energy arrows. You're basically shot lasers. You did not shoot arrows. You shot lasers. As they burned away. I hate to put some bummer on it, but that poison just burns away with it as well.
Oh, that's fun.
I felt cool doing it.
Listen, I like the whatchamacallit, the meaning that dipping the arrows had. Okay,
Exactly.
We're all with each other.
But they just they burst through the form, because this creature's like kind of limping and sort of slowly regenerating when you found it. These beams just finish the job and then some to prevent it from regenerating. And like often nanite beasts will just puke off part of themselves to flee. These arrows are so powerful and so critical that they singe away anything that's left of the nano creatures, and you can see little ones trying to crawl away, but it just sort of burns away in all forms, as it's just there's nothing left of it. There's no sign of it even, other than a scorched mark on the stone floor.
Shannon is very excited. Saoirse doesn't give a shit because she's looking for Viren.
As you would also then suddenly just hear and just fire a straight bullet at this guy. Well, it's also magical, but Ro, you would absolutely see that just sort of absolutely just hits him right in the chest, and he immediately kind of drops back to his knees. He immediately clasps at his chest, and or actually no, you aimed it for his knee, right?
Yeah, no. Well, can I take out his prosthetic? I rolled a 16,
Yeah.
so you can.
Yeah, I'll allow it to be aimed at the prosthetic. Yeah, absolutely. You see that
like
thing
blow
just
out the
shatters.
joint.
Yeah, the joint shatters in the same way his knee shattered at one point, and he immediately falls to the ground. And you hear him fire his firearm off, but it's like it's different from last time. It just fires because he fell and accidentally pulled the trigger, and it shoots off rampantly. So with these 2 enemies semi-neutralized, the plain-faced man is still alive. Benny, you're walking up to Helene at this point. What do you want to do?
Yeah, he's got the hammer at his side, everything just like thrumming up to full power. As he's like, I mean, we met, but we were never introduced. And I never get to say this to anybody. My name is Benevolence. I was born of the stone and raised by a rock. But you are now looking at benediction. And I am here to judge you for what you've done. And I'm going to use 5 AP and cast Smite.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So you engulf the target in radiant flame, hitting it for 10 HP. If the creature is dealt enough damage to die, it explodes into ash. And body and spirit are permanently obliterated.
Oh my god!
So he just, he takes the hammer, and just like he did on the night in the hallway, he rips it over his head and hits the ground, but this time the crystal on the front of it is fully destroyed as the ground just rifts of light open up, just the stone flying in all directions as it just moves over her.
Wow.
Yeah. She's a bodyguard, so she is like a PC, so she had 10 HP.
Wow.
That exact image happens as the light rips through the stone and up and engulfs around her, and it's just sort of this last flash as this nanite beast is obliterated and she is obliterated, as there's just nothing of these 2 enemies but smoke and ash. And
So
the plain and faced man there.
It says if you destroy a creature, you roll, and on a 2 to 20, nothing happens. On a 1, the creature spirit becomes a dark passenger. I mean, I kind of just want a dark passenger.
I'd allow you to auto fail that and just have a dark passenger.
Yeah, I rolled a 17, but I want that 1. So
The only time in D&D you want a 1. There you go.
yeah, on a 1, the
yeah.
creature spirit becomes a dark passenger in your mind. You never know when it may decide to speak to you or observe your behavior.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, Benny, you feel, as you can sense her essence being ripped apart by this magic. You you almost feel like this sharp pain in your head, and this feeling, this scratching noise on your brain, almost, as you can just feel that dark presence enter into you, and you know that while your judgment has been made and with sound of mind, there's something that comes with this violence. Viren is not in here. You can see in the back of the room, though, because this room is different from when you were young. The dais where the throne is now kind of much more, has been decked out since then. And behind it, you can see there are spiral staircases that lead upwards, up the tower. Plain-faced man is still there, though, as he is just sort of on the ground, struggling.
I wanted to do something
Sure.
with him, actually, if you would allow.
Sure.
I've got my gun trained on him as a threat of don't fucking move or I will pull this trigger, and you know I will. Did he drop the gun when he misfired it and fell, or I kick it away? And is he on his back or on his knees, or?
Right now he's struggling to get on his knees, kind of stomach to the ground.
I put my foot on his back.
Yeah, he dropped down.
Where's Viren?
Hey, don't kill me. Don't. I understand.
Where's Viren? Don't you dare beg me not to kill you right now. Where's Viren?
He's up there. He's up in the tower. He's up there. He went up there.
I look
kill
at
whoever
Saoirse.
came.
I look at Saoirse and Benny and do like a head motion gesture, like go on ahead of me.
And then
Fucking
as I'm
kill him, Saoirse.
And then at the bottom of the steps, I'll look at you and look at the plain-faced man and look at you again. Fucking kill him. And then I'll go up the stairs.
I want to kneel down, I guess, as much as my crippled knee will let me. I guess it go more loom over him, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why did Viren want this? And as I say it, I'll quickly unscrew the screw, pull out the hardcore. Why did he want it? It was my father's life worth taking for it.
And you see a little bit of fear leaves his eyes, and he just sort of smirks a little bit, much to your anger, I assume. You wanted to make what you've already made. And he looks at the gun in your hands. But you didn't like guns.
You gave me an idea. And I put the hardcore back in, I aim and pull the trigger.
Flash of light and a bang, and plain-faced man is no more. As you see, as Benny and Saoirse run up the tower.
Gonna leave that to them for a bit. I think I'm gonna contemplate. I just killed 2 people tonight.
Yeah. It's a spiral staircase leading up. Your feet patter against it. It rings out, echoing up this open air tower as you feel the wind hitting through to you, as you would eventually reach the top of the airship port, and you would see there are 2 airships. One is fired up. You can head into that one, and you don't even need to guess which one to go to, because there's a trail of blood that's been leading this entire way.
I was about to ask. There's probably blood, yeah. Yep.
Leading up the entire way is this trail of blood that you can follow.
Yep.
You would get to the top, And inside you would see all, like, you would just hear the machinations of this machine moving about. You can see it starting to lift arms, kind of these large arms off the side. And as the arms go off the side, you can see just sort of as these sails are coming off of it. The whole thing is just gearing up, and then you know, when you get onto it, you feel it.
Yep.
And it's rocking, and it is going to depart soon.
Benny, stay with Ro. Make sure she's all right.
What about you?
Stay with Ro. Don't make me push you off this.
Good one. You don't have to do this alone.
Neither
I'm
does
not
she.
here for any sort of glory, or I don't take any pleasure in this. I'm just here to help, to support you, to make sure that it's done.
Are you sure?
Yeah. 10 years, nobody did shit. It's up to us.
Right. Go in. Just go follow the blood.
Yep. As you follow the blood, you would be able to find where basically, in essence, is the navigation chamber of this ship on the deck. In looking inside, you can see Viren is sitting in a chair. His back is to you. There's only one guard here with him. On the floor next to Viren, sitting back against the console, is just the corpse of Jules. And you can see Jules' body is mangled, like torn apart by the nanite beast.
What did you do? The fuck did you do?
Guard
Talking to
immediately
Beard.
turns. No, I know, but the guard
Yep.
is going to turn around at the sound
That's
of
fine.
someone
Yep.
and try to shoot you.
Can I step in front? Is that
You can. Absolutely.
Uh,
You can take the damage if you want. I allow that.
Yeah.
I was
They
gonna
rolled a
try
15.
dodge.
And there's no dodge. It's an
Is there
attack roll.
anything can happen in Quest?
You're not a rogue, Shannon.
Yes, I am.
But you.
I'm kidding.
This is a solar rifle.
Ooh.
You take
Yikes.
5 points of damage, Benny,
Okay.
as you feel that same sting
Benny.
into you as that time. And he stepped in front of you.
Yeah. Can I shoot this guard
Yeah, you
with
can
my
step
with
aside
my
and shoot
magic
him.
bow? Do I
Sure,
break
why?
the fucking bow?
No. You just miss. I mean, it could be worse.
Spectacularly.
It would have been worse if you had overcharged.
Yeah, if you'd overcharged, you probably almost would kill. You would killed Benny probably.
Oh god.
Okay. So you go to pull the bow back, and you're just moving too quickly. Benny kind of stepped in front of you to take that blast. You're kind of falling to the side as you try to shoot this off, and the arrow just sort of fires off, and you see it just it does rip through the side of the wall, and you can hear like the wind start breaking in.
Whoops.
As the guard steps forward to try to continue the onslaught, as you can hear Viren, his voice much more pained. Take care of the big one. Leave her. Don't touch her. As the guard kind of looks back, Benny, you would have an opportunity to do something at this point.
I think. We're like inside are there any like exposed balconies?
Yeah, like there is a kind of like you would have had to have stepped inside to this chamber to interact with them, to talk to them. I mean, where this is, there isn't. You're inside of kind of like a captain's quarters. Okay. Like thinking like a modern ship where there's that, the hull or wherever, or not hull, sorry, where they're doing all the navigations.
So then, yeah, I will just walk up to the guard and just say, let's give them some privacy, hey? I'm going to hit him with the butt of the hammer and use Thunderous Word.
Oh, yeah.
So spend 2 AP. It deals 2 damage and knocks up to 3 creatures backwards. I'm just going to hit him and just try and knock him outside.
Yeah, I'll say you can definitely do that.
Amazing.
I'd say as he's coming forward to try to almost like in his mind, he thinks like, I shot him. I can definitely just come up and be like, you're done. You step up and it's almost like a maneuver where you're like, you say what you do and you just kind of bring the hammer down and it shoots that thunderous smite to knock him back, and he goes flying out one of the windows of this chamber.
Does his gun go with him?
Yeah. I mean, his gun. I mean, I would say he'd probably drop his gun. It would go flying across the room. So yeah, I'll say his gun is still there.
And I'll just kind of go after him to just make sure that he
finish the job. Yeah. With that thunder smite, I'd say you could definitely go out there and finish him off, or apprehend him, whatever you'd like to do. Zusha, what do you do?
Go pick up the gun. And I'm like trying I'm trying but not succeeding to keep my gaze away from Jules. It's just I'm trying not to look, but I can't stop looking at it. And
yeah, and his and the head is just drooped down into the chest. There's blood all over, blood dripping out of the mouth and nose. Eyes just sort of drooped down and half open.
I'll put the bow on my back and I will hold up the gun. And I will walk around the chair until I'm facing him.
You can see him, and he is his neck, under his chin down is covered in blood. He's holding a rag up to his neck. You can see, as you're saying things, he's just pressing buttons on the console. And then he kind of sees you step in front of him, and he looks up at you, and he says, Stisha. Funny the way things rhyme in these stories. Do you know what I'm doing?
Are you escaping because you're a coward?
I'm going to spark a fire, ruin Numenosium. These ships were your father's way of running the enemy. No, this ship is a course not away, but into our future. This will start the war that will end it all. You can be a part of that.
Why should I believe you? Look what you did.
Save our people. Protect our people.
They're not your people.
I didn't want to kill the old dog. I wanted to die.
It's not true.
Kill me. But finish the work.
Why? Tell me why. Why did you leave? Why did you start all of this? Why did you kill my mother and my father? They left you.
They abandoned me. You see, he kind of pulls out. You see, he pulls from his like side, like that. I mean, you didn't see it, but it's just sort of that inhaling device, and he kind of just brings it up to his face and weakly takes one last breath of it. He can barely breathe.
Right.
More so to show you.
Yeah.
My exile left me scarred, weak. Now they abandoned me, and I came back to fix it. To protect our people like Owen couldn't. He wanted to run.
You took away
You've seen
my
it
family.
now. You've seen it now. You've seen it. We know you went there. You've seen it. You've seen it. And how can you think this work isn't necessary? I'm going to die tonight. He takes his hand off and you can just see blood starts coming out.
And I'll hold the gun up. But I'm not gonna pull the trigger. I'm gonna let him bleed out.
He stands up and just sort of slowly walks towards you.
Back up.
And he just kind of puts the gun down the same way he did that night. And he just looks at you and he's kind of staring you in the eyes looking for he looks like he's looking for answers.
I'm doing the same thing.
And he looks past you. Everything starts to wobble and shake. He falls forward into you, not intentionally because of the shake of it. The blood starts gushing more onto your shirt as he just sort of awkwardly clutches for you in his death throes. Protect. And he can't get the rest of his statement out as his head slumps next to you onto your shoulder.
I'll stand there for a second and just lower him down. And is there like a window? Like if I turn around?
Yeah.
I'll turn around and just look out the window and then look back at him and look back at Jules and just tears running down my face, and by some instinct I'll finish the code he was trying to put in.
You don't even really have to. You just have to let it happen. Because that movement you felt was the ship starting and moving off of the port. All you have to do is sit in the chair. Benny, you would feel as you're kind of like, I imagine, taking care of this guy, you feel the ship just sort of immediately and comes off of the port.
Oh, yeah, he's like he's holding him like by the neck, kind of out over the edge, and he's like, "Listen, all right, this is it. Got one last chance. Change your stripes. You know, you're not a tiger. You know, we all get into bad situations, and then it detaches, and he just like, ooh, ooh, ooh."
Oh my
Amazing.
god, that poor man.
Okay, get about that, and make my way back inside, and just seeing the scene that's in there. Ooh, you all right?
I'm gonna assume this was a swivel chair.
Yeah, it can swivel.
So I left the scarf on, but I took the jacket off, and there's still blood all over the scarf. But I just slowly spin around and just stare at Benny.
As Benny, you can start to feel the airship lifting and ascending higher.
Where are we going? We gotta stop this thing.
No. If you want to get off now, you can get off. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving him. Looking at Jules.
What? I don't.
Go to
mean,
Row. Go to Row. She needs you. I'm sorry.
We're gonna take it back. We did it. He's gone. In our home.
It's not enough. Go. Go.
Hey, this is what you want. I can take us both. I can take all three of us.
I've made my choice. When he doesn't move, I'll stand up out of the chair and hold the gun. Go.
And I think Benny is gonna walk forward towards her. You're not gonna shoot me, not after all this. You're caught up. It's a lot. I know it's a lot. We did all this. We gotta see it through. You're gonna leave me to look after Tosca or Ro. We're messes. We're an absolute. We're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it 10 minutes back there without. We don't know what a normal life is. We need you. Tosca needs you.
I'm coming back. I just need to go for a little while. And you can't come with me.
He kind of like turns around and looks, then looks back at the jetpack, and he's like, "Oh boy,
Tough choice without a roll.
Yeah. I kind of poke you in the chest with the solar rifle.
Okay, big guy. We'll listen. Any? Yeah, I guess he'll. Can I just say bye?
It's for now.
Okay. He's gonna nod down at Jules. Barely knew ya. Rough way to go. Sorry we weren't here for you. I hope we did you proud. Do you think this is what he would want?
He taught me to finish the job, and that's what I'm going to do.
That is not what he taught you, but sure.
And then, yeah, kind of stepping back. He'll, you could put the gun. I'm going. And then gives you a hug.
I hug you back so tight.
All right, Dorothy. And then steps over to the edge. He says, just remember, there's no place like home. And then he'll step off. And hope for the best.
Oh my god. No. I serviced his jetpack when we were in the shipping container, right?
You're muted, Sean.
You're muted.
I specifically said to Mike that like the flying part of it like only worked for a little bit.
Yeah, and you need to spend action points to do that, and I don't have any left. So.
Oh no!
So it's gonna be like very controlled jumps that you're doing as you're going down.
Yeah, he like does it all cool. He tries to stop himself from screaming until he thinks he'll be far enough away that she won't be able to hear it. So it's still cool.
Yeah, and I imagine Ro, you're in the hall still.
How long did that exchange up there in the sky?
It would have
and
taken
then
a little bit
Saoirse?
of time.
Okay,
Like
because
at least 5 to 10 minutes for them to get up there and then meet with them.
she would have taken, I think, 5 minutes just sitting on the steps with her head between her knees and her hands on her head, just coming to terms with what the hell just happened. Hear the blimp taking off. Probably make her way up there to try and get on, but you know, I'm one row.
You make it
I
like
can't.
halfway up when you start to see it ascending up.
But
towards
aren't
the
there
clouds.
2 of them up there? Or isn't there another one on the other side?
There is technically another one.
I want to get into that one.
Okay. All right. Well, you head up into that other one as Benny is. And you can probably see from here, you can see Benny like as he's just vaulting down.
It's like I feel like Benny can already hear Ro like screaming and I'm like, you're not supposed to go higher than a building off of this, Benny. I have told you this. So she just like resists the urge just to like start yelling out into the air because Benny probably won't hear anyway because physics.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But I'm going to assume because Benny's leaving that the situation on there is under control.
I would
And
imagine
fighting.
that you would assume that, yeah. Since you can
I
see
don't know
Benny
what's-
leaving.
Yeah, I don't know what's going. I don't know if Saoirse's gone, Viren mode. So, I would instead try to get into the other airship.
Okay. While you're doing that, Saoirse, The ship is rapidly ascending up to the clouds.
As it's ascending, I'm going to sit back down in the chair, turn it to face the window, and then reach down and hold Jules's mangled hand.
Okay.
And just let it happen.
Okay. The ship is on its course. Given it's a head start, even if Ro gets the other ship started,
Well, I'm not going in that direction.
Yeah, you wouldn't be going in that direction. We'll save that for the prologue, or sorry, the epilogue.
No,
You are.
That's not my priority.
You are heading directly east. The ship ascends up and breaks the clouds, and you are above the clouds now. And story purposes, I'm going to say this was all happening later in the evening than it was actually, because you can see the sun rising in the distance. You can see that band of purple atmosphere that Ro told you about. And you can see from the sides of the ship, you can see just coming out huge solar sails fluttering out as the ship starts to move much faster. Still going to take a bit to get to location, but it's moving very fast. And then you can start to see it as it starts to descend from the clouds. And the sun is out now, and then suddenly you're back down through the black clouds into the smog of things. And down below, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet below, you can see the specks of Onus. You can see the mist covering Numenosium. You hear that voice in your head. Are you braver than your father, child? You see a switch starts blinking red. The ship starts to rapidly shift and change. As you can see, the janky, rusted metal of its exterior seems to rapidly change, almost illusory, to appear like a Numenosium ship. Numenosium technology. And as the ship is cascading down, you look to the towers of Numenosium. You hear the bombs drop. And you've struck Onus. This was Viren's plan the whole time. Spark the fire. The sons and daughters of Onus. Back in Tosca, Benny, you've landed, roughly. Survived. You can search for Ro if you'd like. But the story, Sundered, has reached its conclusion here.
A good ghost.
A ghost appears and says, "Why did you do that?"
I'm so mad at Shannon.
You're mad at Saoirse.
I can be mad at two people.
Saoirse, so I'd like to do we're way over time, so we'll make him quick, but I'd like to do epilogues for everyone except for Jules because he's dead.
I'm in heaven. It's nice here. I did kill a lot of people. Maybe not heaven.
You might be in hell.
I like to think that Jules gets to see his daughter again in heaven. Can I just have this nice image of this poor, tired man finally having some respite, please?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
compromise.
yes,
She also
you get-
went to hell.
Yeah.
I
His
didn't
daughter
say
in
that.
Ro is
didn't
very
say
delusional.
that.
We know this.
Jules gets his gladiator moment. But I would like to just give everyone an opportunity to give a little epilogue of what their characters do in the aftermath of this this ending. And then you can also say who you are, and we'll get through all that at once, so we can get y'all to bed because it's late.
I can't sleep now.
I can. I absolutely can.
Just wait till Sundered Part 2.
Oh God.
Oh.
Looking forward to it.
Cardoon.
So all right, so I guess Nova, you can give kind of like your favorite part of tonight's session if you want to, in place of epilogue, since there's no epilogue for Jules.
Everything Benny does is great, and I love it. But my favorite moment is also my most hated. It's a really good role-playing thing, and I can see why it happened. But I was also on this side of the camera with nothing, you couldn't see me, just getting angry and mad. I died for this, and
I saw my Discord messages.
Yeah, you fucking better have. I was I don't believe my character tried so hard to give her this better life, and she's just nah, fuck Numenosium. And I'm like, come on, don't be like that. But it was a really good role playing moment from you. I really enjoyed seeing your character struggle through the decision. You decided to not kill Viren, and I was like, yes, she's learned. And then you're like, but bombs. And yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed that. That was great.
Thank you.
Awesome. Shelby, what was Rogue's future?
So she would hold off until she met up with Benny, but Rogue can make anything work if she can just take it apart. So upon figuring out how the hell to pilot this ship, she would have her sights towards the orange cloud sea, and seeing that this thing does, I guess the question is, does the ship have a form of, are there solar panels on the ship? Are the solar sails, do they help collect power for the ship?
Yes, 100%.
I'm assuming Benny might fill me in on what the fuck Saoirse's doing.
Yeah, I mean, he would say that she left, but he doesn't know what she's doing. He doesn't know.
Yeah.
What is. So he would just say that she went and that she'd be back.
I would give you the option to come with me, but you probably heard in my drunken ramblings in the very few times I ever talked about happy shit while I was deep in a bottle. About that time I went out to see the great cloud sea, and I always wanted to know what was on the other side. So that airship I stole is heading west over the searing precipice with anyone who wants to come aboard inside. Benny, Leroy, Orion, Dr. Kellen, was that her name? I'm assuming we will find her at some point.
Yeah.
I hope. Anyone who wants to come is welcome to, but that's where I'm going. I'm going to see what was beyond that horizon.
Okay. Benny, do you join her?
I think it is the most difficult decision he's ever made, but it's a tearful goodbye. As he just says, did all this to go home, and I just want to go home.
That's fine.
Plus, I think of all the sights that we're going to see, it'd be kind of cruel for Leroy, because we're just going to be describing it to him, and it's probably not going to be the same. So I think he'll be happier back closer to the mines.
She would give you a really big hug. And a cool brother, Benny. You know that?
You're the best sister I could ask for. I definitely wouldn't be here without you. So,
I mean, I wouldn't be here without you either. That bitch would have blown my head off the minute she got through that door.
that's a weird way to say goodbye. Both of us are screwed.
Nah, I think you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
I'll try to come back.
I hope you do. And I hope this place we'll have it shined up and ready. I'll keep the port open. Make sure that we have a place for you to land.
Yeah. And Ro disappears into the airship, into the clouds. Whether she's seen ever heard from again, only Sean can tell.
Saoirse.
I think after the bombs drop on Onus, I'm gonna just completely lose my shit. Just scream, pull things off shelves. Like, I'm not gonna mess with the controls, but just like completely lose it. And then after that goes on for a good amount of time, there's just nothing left. Nothing. And so I'll go sit in the chair again and put in Tosca, assuming I found a user's manual.
Sure.
And the whole way back, I am just staring out the window. I am not holding Jules' hand anymore. I'm not looking at him. I can't. And just blank stare. And then when I get back to Tosca, I'll probably take a day or two just to go sit in a dark room and not do anything. But when I come out, I'm standing up straight, eyes are clear, hair's braided like it always is. And I take my rightful place as the Ark of Tosca.
For the wars to come. Thank you, everybody. It's almost 2 a.m., so I think we're gonna let the folks go. As
None of us even said who we are, where we're from. Just rewind, watch from the beginning. Can we just go to bed?
Let's raid someone and pass out.
Also, everybody say happy birthday, Sean!
Happy birthday, Sean!
We won't
Thank you
Thank you for running this.
Yes, thank you. I hope you all enjoyed it, even with a super potentially devastating end there. Thank you. You guys were great. You were great to run this for. I couldn't ask for a better cast for this very special art and quest as the kind of origin story for the whole world. Great. Thank you.
So fun.
Thank you for letting me play. I finally got to play a game. It was really good.
All right, who we tossing this over to?
All right, so we're going to probably throw it to either the Cantrip Cast or Vancouver by Night. But what we'll do is we'll run an ad for like 30 seconds, and I'll raid someone. If you can stick around for the ad, it'd be really good. It really helps the channel. We have a new game coming out Monday. It's an Australian time slot. There'll be stuff on Twitter about that really soon. But for now, wave goodbye, guys. We're gonna go to bed. Bye.
Bye.
Have to find the end screen button. Bye.